No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to countries, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital rule, small rule, B rule, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisan's word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that want to happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. with all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it or
Oh, but you put him you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, big road, all kind of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
But listen did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to the country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small road, big road, all kinds of the place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Welcome to the Closing Argument Show. It is my pleasure to be back on today's Tuesday. Today happens to be the 13th day of the first month of 2026. So we are moving gradually. You know, there are too many things going on in our country. There are too many talking points, too many discussion within our country, and Liberians are all over giving their own view on how the country is going, how they see the entire country to be like, if the country is moving or not. We are going to hear from the Liberian people tonight because they are the one who enjoys, they are the one who suffers a lot, whether the government is moving in a rightful direction. They are the one who are going to make their choice comes 2029. So some of these things, Liberian people, there are three set of people I've seen in Liberia in terms of voting or whatever. There are three sets. So basically, let me welcome our follower. There are too many things need to be discussed tonight. So I'm not going to rush because we have a lot of topics, a lot of discussion. But I appreciate you guys to invite other people to watch the show, to follow the show. Wherever you so I think that's the reason. So there are too many things to be discussed tonight on the Closing Argument Show. So we have seen a lot of folks who are also following. Sorry, we sincerely apologize that we weren't on just now. So welcome back. So folks, if you just joining us, I appreciate if you keep sharing the show, invite others to follow this show. My name is Myean the Torgbean. I'm here to bring you the Closing Argument Show. So I don't know. So 15 minutes outside the hour, 9 o'clock. We're hoping to be joined by the other folks there to bring you the Closing Argument Show. So like I was saying, there are too many things within our country, and then most of our followers, our viewers, they are not following these things. So basically, we are going to talk about governance. We are going to talk about some of these issues, but let me see whether we can play this short clip, and then we will come back on. Let me see how we can play this clip.
Party. We cannot continue to be a sycophant. We can't run this country on deception and lies and fake propaganda. The people who elected us, they are watching us. They see us. They can feel. Their nose can smell. Their ear can hear. When we do the needful, they will care for 2029. You stop that deception and lies.
Your full name and your position, sir?
My name is Daniel Zemaza. I am the chairman for Rapid Media Response Team for the Rescue Mission, Nima Chapter, District No. 3.
And also in the House of the Senator.
I'm also a Media and Communication Director in the office of Senator Nagbe Point, Nima Chapter. I also serve as a loyalist. I also serve as a patriot. I also serve as a loyalist for Unity Party and a steward for Unity Party 2005.
And also I'm activist.
I'm also an activist, social activist. I speak against ill society.
You're welcome.
And that's why I'm here today to tell the people who turn out, who supported that Garguah guy, thank you. Let God bless you. Koga, thank you. Those who didn't turn out.
You saw all of the district coordinator came for this via.
Not everybody. I saw that few people who came.
But why can't you mention it? You want to talk about Koga?
Yeah, Nelson Kim. I mean, who?
Nelson Kim and Napa Way, all of them.
Napa Way, the commission. I mean, the former commissioner. Who is the?
Even the district commissioner, Buya was here.
Excuse me.
Why can't you mention that?
Who is the? Who works at the labor ministry?
All of them were here.
Yeah, those who came. Gratitude to them. Thank you. What I'm saying here is the people who were trying to come, they were not here. Those who came, they came on their own account. But Unity Party people, they're not proceeding well. They need to change. They can't change. 2029 will be a racket and terrible, dangerous road for Unity Party.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
So I just play you this clip so that you can get to know what exactly I'm about to talk about, because there are too many things within our country that if you see some things on the social media, so many people take it to be so personal, so many people take it to be like an AR team, because now we see that AR taking over the entire country, the entire war. So whatever you see, you take it to be like an AR, but no, there are some things that people made some statements on. And then if you take it to be a local things, it will affect people tomorrow. There are some lawmakers, there are some politicians, some government officials, there are some statements they made. People keep them for record's sake. After 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, over a decade, people start to play it for people to hear it. There are a lot of government officials who have made so many statements, most especially during the past regime. And we saw it, people take it to be a joke. There are a lot of government officials, but then during the Weah administration, people said it from the beginning that if the Weah administration continues like this, they're not going to be re-elected. And people saw it to be a joke. But let's come to this. On this issue, there are three types or three set of voters within our country. The first group is the opposition. The second group is the ruling. And the third group is the silent voter. That which means the people who don't have their side, whether I'm voting for Unity Party, I'm voting for CDC or CMC or whatever party, they just keep mute, sit by a business, do their normal things. They're not even thinking about politics or who's serving the country, who leading. They don't have time. They just sit by a business. And then all of a sudden, these are people who make the difference comes election day. With all of the rooming around and for CDC and for Unity Party and for this other party, that one. These are the people who make the decision. Because if election comes today, CDC or seditionists will go and vote their people. Unity Party or Unity partisans go and vote. CMC more go and vote. And the rest of the parties, they go and vote. Who left out is the silent voter or the independent people. They are the ones who make decisions. But all of the parties have already shared their votes. Everyone have already shared their vote. So if you go to the election, the first round, that's the time you see this other party will come first, and then they will wait after the entire election or that first round, when they go for the second round, that's the time you see collaboration. That's the time you see people start to go from another party to another, getting people from all angles just to make up to that number to see how best they can win the second round. We saw during the 2023 election, we saw what people did. So there are a lot of things. If we as Liberians, if we as media practitioners see it ahead of time, we have gone like 2 years now. We are in the 3 year now because we have already started. So just waiting to see the president State of the Nation address. Then we begin the third year of this government. So if we don't with the third year, the 4th year is time that people start to get together, funding parties, funding collaboration, going in the various villages, the town, establishing group alliance, all that stuff. Get it prepared for the next 5 years, because the 5 years is campaign period. No government will be able to run or correct government or administration within the 5 years. No. So that time, you see, everyone starts to run around, getting things prepared. In the 6th year is already election. So, Mr. Pewee, welcome to the show. I think they said I think I sent you the headlines, but welcome here first.
Thank you, Myean, and thank you. And I think you banged on point on that one, and we'll look forward to seeing what the president is going to be stating. I didn't see it. You have to resend it. What the president is going to be talking, delivering his talking point basically to the Liberian people via their deputies, our deputies, if you will, our representation, the lawmakers. He's going to give the state of the nation, the state of the affairs of the republic. He's going to be reporting to the country in the next 2 Mondays, not this coming one, but the next Monday. So basically, is this going to be a Monday or Tuesday?
Oh, Monday.
Yes, sorry, it's Monday. It's going to be the next, not this Monday. This Monday is going to be the 19th, and the following Monday should be the 27th, if I'm not mistaken. 26. Okay, and then it's going to be on the 26th of. He's going to give the legislative, the state of the nation report, if you will. A lot of things going to be unfolding, and I listened to a lot of things happening in the country. But Myean, before we can move through, I did listen to the brief. I don't know who had an interview with Representative. Anthony Williams, speaking about, he's not clear. He's still very ambivalent. He seems to be very unsettled as to if he actually support the speaker, or one point he said, yeah, he support the speaker. And at that time, you ask a question. I know who. I ask a question. So do you want him? So do you want him to stay? He said, no, I don't want him. I'm not clear of that. So
if you don't, we can play that video.
Yeah, can you? I would love for you to play that video.
Okay.
Then you will go over the rest of the other headlines. Go ahead.
Okay. So can we play now?
Yes, please.
Well, what is the big news? The big news in the corridor. Are you planning to remove the speaker?
But this is not the speaker house.
Are you one of them?
This place is not the speaker office. It's not a personal property. It's not anybody's personal property. Anybody who falls below the belt in terms of legislative proceedings or requirement, obviously it behooves the members to ask you to step aside.
Do you want the speaker out?
I'm saying to you now, if you perform below the belt, it behooves the members to say step aside.
Is the speaker performing below the belt?
No, he's performing.
Okay, so
he's performing. No, I don't want to. It's not. I don't want him out. I'm saying he's performing until it is proven beyond all reasonable doubt that that speaker have done this, has done this, that required for us to remove him. Obviously,
what message do you have for others who are asking for the speaker to recuse himself? What message?
Well, those who want the speaker to recuse himself, they are represent the burden of and prove last on the accuser. So those who accuse the speaker to release, to relinquish whatsoever position, those individuals have their justification. But I am saying, as we speak, the speaker still enjoy the confidence of some of us.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Come again?
If you find reason to remove him,
obviously I remove and I go back, I remove Bob's chambers, and I keep why not just remove.
Is that a resolution?
No, there's no resolution in the court. Well, what is the big news?
The big news in the corridor. Are you planning to remove the speaker?
But this is not the speaker house.
Are you one of them?
This place is not the speaker office.
So, Mr. Pewee, that's it. You just heard it from yourself. That's the representative of District 2, Myean County, Anthony Williams there. So, Mr. Pewee, I just sent you some of the headlines. I think you are muted.
Yes, Myean. And before we can go to the headline quickly, so I listened to Anthony Williams clearly, and Anthony Williams is a Cumbrian. We come a long way, and I respect him very dearly. And I expected Anthony Williams before even he went to the House of Representatives to be someone that would be very focused in terms of representing the mass base of our people. From the ideological basis that we students had at the time from the University of Liberia, as we call at the time the macrocosm of the life society. If that is the point, that where we will begin the process of coming to get into government and governance and represent the people, what we say at the time, because we learn from the perspective of learning, that was the theoretical aspect of things. Folks avoided politicizing things. The intent was at the time, everything we discussed was about politics, not knowing what is the kind of a thing that is unfolding behind the politics, that those inside the government, the politicians themselves, got a lot of things they will have to go through. There was time we debated that of the mass base of the people should have everything. Cumbria, if I'm there, we'll show that it's going to happen. And he contested the first time. He was defeated by the then speaker. He went back. Eventually, he got the seat, and he's now representative. My first era of disappointment in Mr. Anthony Williams was that when the first battle he went through, and I can recall during his days struggling with when he was in battle in court. There was help that came from all over. I'm not saying if Mr. Speaker then helped you, that he did the wrong thing, you should back to that. But he was one of those as a frontline commander to unseat the then speaker. I don't know the reason they gave for seeking them then speaker. Now they found themselves in the same line. And he's sounding very ambivalent, very unsettled. I'm deeply concerned and worried that if this does not, and I think the problem of the country, I think the lawmakers are creating more problem, causing unnecessary noise in the country than having their job done. If care is not taken, and the only reason I think some of them, I think they because he said this is not the Speaker House, that's correct. So that means he is not settled. He may likely take side with those that want if anything were to change in the middle. He's not happy. If you see,
but he did mention that if I can remove Speaker Kofa, if I can remove Buffer Chimo, then why not?
That's what I'm saying. So this plan about removing Kun should not be taken lightly. The only thing I will protect Kun here, because one of the things I will protect here is that the government is supporting him. That would be a good, but they will have to spend a lot of money again in thwarting or aborting this potential coup that is in the making. But we'll come back to Anthony Williams discussion, all of things. Let's just go through the part of the things. And I'm saying it's a good news that we're hearing from the LCAA, the Liberian Aviation Authority. The Liberian Aviation Authority, yes. They say the Liberian Aviation Authority has officially launched a landmark 20-year civil aviation master plan, CAM, covering the period of 2025 to 2045. Aimed at modernizing and transforming the country aviation sector while positioning Liberia as a competitive player in global transportation. It's important. There's a need that we've always said that we are backward in terms of modernity in modern aviation travel or this kind of line. We're backward. And it took us some time before even we could have most of those up-to-date instrument equipment on our airports, so that to allow the night transportation, if you will, so planes will navigate in the mode. Because we have most of those things, the antiquated material we have. It's about time that we move to transform and revolutionize the aviation authority in the country. So this is a landmark thing. Unlike Liberia, we're always just good at launching things. I will hope that this 20 years, a very ambitious plan, but what we'd love to see in the first 1 year to 2, what have you done now? I don't know if they addressed that in the press in what they did today. Have you addressed what we have currently? What have you done in terms of modernizing the system ever since the past government left? Do we have into place those systems that we require so that we will march on and systematically understand how we intend to go through some of these things? That's an important landmark thing we ought to do. And I say this is an ambitious strategic framework. I mean, very, very, very much. It's some 20 years. We'll have to see, but the first 4 or 5 years time, what do we have? What are we going to do in the first 2 years? What have we done? You know, these are the kind of lines they say. But we will go back to this and try to. The deputy of that institution is saying the successful implementation of this master plan will require what? It required coordination and unified approach. What kind of a coordination? Listen, we come up with this kind of a open-minded thing, very ambiguous plan to say, hey, 20 years, 40 years. Then you say, what kind of coordination? With the master plan you have, what have you put forth to say this is the master plan we have, this is what we're going to do? We're going to take some time to really drive into this. I'm saying here is somehow, you know, it's a good news to hear us, but we always do those things in Liberia. Nonsense. We do a 20, 40 year. We need to see the first 5 years plan. The first 2 years, what have you done? What have you done the first 2 years? What have you done the first 2 years? And what do you intend to do the first 5? You're going 20 years. There's another debate. I know. I don't know if you got any clip, Myean. I will require your attention a little bit. Do you have any clip, Myean? Do you have any clip from Brian Nagbe press conference today? Because I'm seeing here part of what is unfolding in the country. Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe is demanding full investigative report and evidence exonerating Brian Nagbe.
So that click, I set up that click.
That's Councillor Gongloe position. I don't know what he understands about full investigative report when the police already did that report out and they announced that. Councillor Gongloe,
he is requesting that they provide the report to the family members or to the public so that they can be able to go through it and then verify whether that report that they came out with is.
And that's fair enough. That's absolutely fair enough. If Councillor Gongloe is saying that the report should be given to the family, it's a family request that report, because the councillor himself should bear in mind that he's the official lawyer of the folk. He can represent them as the official lawyer, then he can get the report to them. But the point is that I think part of the reason why the police is coming up to publish, to politically, to come and publish this report, is because you need to protect the victim here. The victim here is underage, so it will redact the report. In redacting all the aspects of the victim and bring up the actual report that is important. I do agree with the councillor on that one. So but it's not about coming up making news on this. Right? Officially inform the police.
If you really can play the press conference today.
Yeah, tell the police that there's a need that the report be given to the family. So because of certain very important aspects to protect the victim here, we can't move to just go to come to publish the report. The police will have to coordinate with the family. If the family is giving authorization to the police to do that, I think we shouldn't politicize this thing. It's not everything people want to be politically correct. We understand Councillor Gongloe is a lawyer, but himself he's eyeing the presidency. He's an opposition figure, so he will blindly want to politicize things to allow people see him as he's the Mr. Good Man, but trying to do it from the political perspective. So sometimes we ought to be very mindful as to how we engage into some of these things. These kind of shenanigans, we have to put it, sometimes call it to a hook and say, hey, this is this. It's not important. This case has been lingering for some time. The police been giving our own side of the investigation. And the police came up yesterday or day before yesterday and announced that this man is exonerated, and they gave reason why he's exonerated. Now, and I agree with those that are saying that there's a need to give out the DNA report. We need to see the DNA report, where the report came from. Then if it's an international institution, or certified institution, or medical institution, wherever they are located, we can also reach out to them. So aspect to further validate this report. It's important. But we should refrain from trying to politicize these things where there's no need to conduct and to do any political thing here. So it's important also. So if we, before we move to the next area, the talking point, I will just go over the talking point and we will play this thing about Brian McGill thing. Now, I've seen another thing here talking about this 0.8% of arrest agenda completed. Where's the report coming from? NAMO? Is NAMO?
Yeah, NAMO panel.
Yeah, NAMO is saying is it 0.8% of the agenda, the arrest agenda completed in year 2?
Yeah, out of 374, only 3 have been completed.
And we're talking about year 2, and this is a serious issue also. Out of 374 or 378?
Let me see. I can check it correctly.
Come here, let me see. NAMO partner for Democratic Development has
378. 378.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's 378, and they have done only 3.
Yes,
that is terrible. That is terrible. We'll go into that. That is very terrible. That is terrible. And yeah, that is very terrible. But we'll listen to Mr. Brian McGill, and then we move on from there.
You be exonerated. How do you, after your knee bend or spread across the board and other stuff like that for the wrong reason? Do you mind telling how you can re-establish that image that you want to possess in the society? And another question has to do with your court. Though it's not your court because you are suspended from your position based on the fact of this allegation leverage against you. How do you see to address that issue and how you can find a way around?
Thank you. On the 17th of September, I was called by the Minister of State, informing that I will be suspended pending investigation. And I work out the will and pleasure of the President. And immediately as I received my clarity from the police, I will make formal submission to the office of the President. I cannot speak in terms of the next step. As far as I'm concerned, I will make formal submission on the receipt of my clarity to the office of the President. Thank you.
As to his reputation, you want to speak to that? Well, I mean, it is it's a quest for justice, and because you, as journalists who also championed the news of the rape, and obviously he was aligned with it, it will be a good thing if you would spread the message of his exoneration, so that people will understand that not because you have been accused, it means you stand guilty of something. I mean, these things happen. We strongly believe that there is a perpetrator out there, and someday, just someday, that perpetrator will be brought to justice. And like you say, will further vindicate him. We believe in his innocence from day one because the facts were not only corroborated, they were scientific. And so we're very happy, and we call on you to spread the good news.
You can, as a Liberia Team representative, to take further action legally to get whatever legal or damage.
Well, that has not been under consideration as to, right now we're trying to be grateful to God that the truth that was crushed to earth, was able to rise, and so we're just thankful about that. Other considerations will come thereafter, but there's not been a thought trying to proffer a lawsuit because one was accused. That's not what Mr. McGill is all about. It's not about gloating. It's about being thankful that we had a professional scientific investigation.
Okay, so I'm Sylvester Pewee and I work for OKFM. How do you respond to this issue of police taking SAR at the initial stage of this investigation? Many said whenever somebody is accused of rape, said individual is supposed to be behind bar for some time before the proceedings start. The case of McGill, nothing of such was done. Now to Honorable McGill, with your vindication, are you going to file to get some of your expenses back?
Well, look, this is not about trying to recuperate money. This, to me, is spilled milk. What we can do, we're very happy that the police remain professional, because as we speak in here, and for others, once someone gets from India and bring an accusation against you, for those strict interpreters of what the statute is, they say we should put you in jail, even though we all been here and we see that you are only asking questions here. Now, what the police have done is that, look, these accusations must be reasonably linked. Okay, so the police went to compare the call log. They also put the GPS data, they sync them, try to see whether at any time was he around at a particular point. No. And when that couldn't corroborate, the statement couldn't corroborate, there was a legal alibi provided. Then they say, well, this is tough. Let's not do DNA, because as you know, as we are sitting here, we are all leaving DNA imprints here. As soon as you leave here, they can lift it and tell who all was there. So the police recover materials from the victim and then took samples of DNA from the suspect, if you would, and analyzed it, and it came back negative. So what else? I mean, in the wake of all reasonability, science, and everything, and he's not the perpetrator. He's definitely not the perpetrator. So that's what we're going to leave it at. It's not about any form of revenge, but we'll be mindful of those who will want to get on smear campaign after this exoneration. Of course, then we'll be gatekeeping to ensure that he doesn't get wrongly maligned.
Yeah, so follow up. Yeah, with just what you have just explained, was it not enough for him to have, because we saw in the past, for him to have been beyond bar for the initial investigation?
No, like I said, this is a professional police force. If it's very easy to make accusation. What is required in law is to adduce the evidence to support the accusation or the allegation, and the law is very clear. So once the police must make an arrest based on probable cause. Probable cause is reasoning. Okay, if you say that this man he raped at a particular time and place, and because he raped, these were the actions that preceded the rape allegations. Those things will be analyzed. In the analysis, if there is any singular link, then the police will make an arrest. As you also know, for the police to make unjustified arrests is also illegal. And so this is the equilibrium that the police try to manage, and they did it very professionally. There has to be just an inch of link that will cause the police to make the arrest. In this case, there were none, and so they couldn't make the arrest. But we continue to adhere to So the
Myean,
instructions, we were to the police station almost daily. We were answering questions.
Yeah, so basically, I listened to that rep part of the long statement he put out, and he was trying to give some justified reason why he part of this right out. He coordinated and cooperated with the police, and he had to do this today because he needed to. Now that the story had been verified that he's been exonerated, he had to do what he's doing now. But doing that long issue though, to further begin the process of redeeming his already I don't know how to say it, his already damaged reputation, if you will. The redemption process started already. He started to redeem that. Can he be successful in doing that? Of course, he can be successful. It's good that he was on living as a living human being, and the police exonerated him. The police did not only exonerate him through other things. They exonerated him. He was exonerated via what calls scientific evidence, according to the police. And I want to be clear because we got people that want to come to say, "Oh, he's supporting." No. I will never support anyone that will get involved into abusing young children or young girls or young boys. I would never associate with anyone that will ever be involved into those things. They are dangerous people. They are people that the society, they are undeserved people. They don't deserve to be around, if you will. So by listening to his statement, and part of the long statement he put out, he gave some justification. He also stated that on the 30th of August is a non-working day. That's correct. Government officials don't go to work on Saturday. And he said he didn't go around the SKD or the Ministry of Youth and Sport, where it's located, the SKD. But rather, he spent some time on the field with, he went and named those people. He named all of them.
I think you are muted, Mr. Pewee. Okay, so folks, I think he's facing some difficulty there. So
Myean, just go ahead. I'll join you.
Okay, yeah. So on this issue about Brian McGill, there are a lot of things Liberians been talking about, most especially how they see it, how they view the entire issue. Because since this Brian McGill issue, we have seen 2 to 3 cases involving government officials, wherein when then we saw this Brian McGill issue. Later we saw a guy who's from the Ministry of Agriculture, if I may be correct, who raped a girl and then was charged and sent to South Beach. And then within that same period of time, we did saw another case, and then we are seeing this issue about the NSA deputy who have been proven guilty, and then he's currently at South Beach, going through the time that is being given by the court because he has been found guilty, and then he will go through whatever prosecution or sentence, the amount of years. But there are a lot of things within our country. There are a lot of terrible things we have been seeing within this little country, Mama Liberia, where other folks will not be able to know, but too many things going on within our country. Is it because of the country economy, or is it because of there are a lot of wicked people out there? Because on this issue about this let me say former NSA, or because he have been taken from that position since he was been found guilty. So this issue about this Chala fellow, which have been sent to South Beach, how can you look at a boy, a 15 years old boy, and then do such a thing to him within our country? This is now a country wherein they accept gay within our country. No, this is even in another country for you to just see this. It's very, very hard. And then looking at our country where people are fighting against gay, homosexual act, and so forth. Looking at that to come out to do such a thing to a boy, which of course others see it to be very, very, very terrible for our country. And the kind of position you hold in our country, NSA, deputy NSA boss, someone who people hold high in esteem. So now, what people are speculating is that they are blaming or claiming that the entire agency or the people who work within that area, that's our usual doing. It have been speculated out in the public. Because if you see a deputy boss for that institution doing such a thing, most especially that institution is a secret institution where it's very difficult for people to get information from that area, looking at that institution to see such information coming from there. So, Mr. Pewee, welcome back.
Yeah, thank you, Maya. I have one or two things I was trying to check on here. Yeah, so as you know, so Mr. McGill, Brian McGill did what he could do today. Yeah, he's a happy man. They feel like he's being exonerated and all of things by the police. Yes, why? Because this is based on scientific evidence according to what the police is saying, if it is true. And I want to be very loud here that if it is true, that what the police, the report from the police is true, Mr. McGill is exonerated. Case closed. The case is closed relative to Mr. McGill being the perpetrator here in this matter. The police chief also stated that the case is still opened relative to the girl being abused. The abuser have not yet been found. So the police got the case still open, making sure that we're going to pursue this issue to eventually get this thing moving on. And I would hope that that will be the same thing may happen anywhere and whatsoever. But we look forward to, according to what Tomalin said, the police people will be here tomorrow. We're going to discuss what more and more. But Tomalin, without much ado, let me welcome you to the show and one of evening.
Thank you. The Neo Progressive Chairman and Dean of this August platform. Want to say thank you, and Myean, good to see you too, and good to see all our listeners on YouTube, on Facebook, and listening by radio. Yeah, I just got off the phone with the police. They confirmed they will be here tomorrow. The Deputy Inspector General of Police with others will be here tomorrow. Will be our guest, and they will be answering all the questions that need to be answered, which will be a good thing. We're looking forward to engaging them tomorrow. They will be here tomorrow and to address these issues and so forth. It's important that we ask the questions and get some answers. It's important the police face the public and address the public. Very important because I spoke to Brian McGill yesterday, and he the press conference he had today, he confirmed it. But there are still questions people are asking. Councillor Gongloe, I think, wrote a letter. Myean, you saw the letter he wrote, right? Councillor Gongloe wrote a letter.
Yes.
For more information on the case. We're looking forward to that. But I don't know the agenda, but go ahead.
We have other things. The first thing, we got some information about me. We wanted to go into that. You know, our aviation being we've been having a very chicken and on and off aviation system. We have currently this very system that been backward, manually handled, basically, if you will. And then we hearing from the LCAA that they introduced today a 20-year master plan to transform Liberian aviation sector. That's what we got from them today. But in that, there's a long statement they put out. And this statement, basically, for me, I'm looking at the perspective of what have you done for the past 2 years in the aviation sector. Because the aviation sector is not about that long projection, right? We want to see what have you done in modernizing the aviation plan, making it more acceptable, making it so that it will be competitive. And part of the reason why today we almost in isolation in terms of the aviation, the airline business, and is that we ought to advance or project more modernity in terms of our aviation structure. We're backward. So the aviation team, they launched that 20-year master plan called it CAM to revitalize and strengthen and modernize and bring the aviation sector to be more competitive. There's this development about Jerome Gayman also asking for more investigative report on this same case that exonerated Brian McGill. And Jerome is pushing for that report to come out, asking the Liberian National Police to come up with a clear investigative report and evidence base that led to the exoneration of Mr. Brian McGill. And then Limo is a civil society organization. Is a partner for democratic development. Limo said that the arrest agenda, the Unity Party arrest agenda, out of this 378 promises that the Unity Party pushed under the arrest agenda, they have only managed in year 2 to execute 3 of those out of 378 promises. So it's these are part of the issue we'll be discussing today. First, starting with the Brian McGill, going to the Liberia Aviation Authority, and that of Councillor Gongloe's statement also would still be into that, and then the arrest situation here. So that's basically what is out for today.
And also maybe if we have the time, we should also discuss as Mittal Liberia has submitted its 3rd mineral development agreement to the legislature for approval. They say that if this agreement is endorsed by the legislature and ratified, it will extend the company's operation to 2050. And something I'm concerned about, and because I hope that's what the company once the president signed into law, the legislature endorsed it. They will Buchanan Highway will provide an upfront payment of $200 million right away, and the document is presently under review by the Senate committees. The House will receive the Chair Amendment for review and ratification too, and President Boga submitted it to the legislature. President Boga is seeking legislative review and subsequent ratification of the agreement, and something that we should be concerned about because 2050, talking about the next 24 years, getting put 24 more years, and we hope that again you cannot trust the lawmakers the way they operate sometimes. You can't put your trust on them for them to put the real instruments in these amendments that will benefit the Liberian people. And also, like you said, I'm not happy today because when I think about our country, and look at they're about to commit the country for 24 years, okay, about 24 more years to commit the country. And it's something that should concern every one of us. And our generation, our grandchildren will inherit all these.
24 years, not plenty years, man.
Plenty years, brother. You know how much.
Do you have any serious concession in the country besides the people? If Dopoh left, you know the country will be
Not a point. You're not
in the fire soon.
My concern is what is in the document, Pewee? What benefit?
Oh yeah, they will have to review it.
People, and my concern.
But but did you see? No, on that, I've been reviewing that, right? Did you see what the plan they're building now and the kind of the level of investment the ArcelorMittal is carrying out? So it's the level of investment the company is carrying out. Leave the 24 years and leave what's in there. I have been going through some of it and I've been asking some of the hard questions, if you will. Sorry that I'm saying this, but see what the plan they build, the kind of employment they're going to do, the longevity of the kind of investment you're going to see. It matters a lot to me. If that deal is good for us, it's not a bad deal for the country. It's not 100 years, not 50 years, 20 years.
I'm looking at
those kind of investment, almost $2 billion investment. You don't expect them to do it in 5-10 years. No.
I'm here reading the whole stuff, and honestly, Pewee, there more that can be done. More can be done into that, and for that the benefits that bring people. A lot of more can be done. Most, for instance, they have not yet satisfied what in the first agreement that they signed. They wanted the amendment they did and all. They have not really done most of what they said they were going to do. They have not done it. And then we are giving them another 24 years. But again, we discuss.
Well, in the first agreement they did, they said they were going to increase their production line, increase it and modernize it, and they've done that. They have no plans.
Let me just bring you back. I visited Yikipa, or in Yikipa, the old Lanco. Most of what they said they're going to do there, they posted living in containers. I saw it in my own eyes. Okay. You would think that people are sure you've been Lofa, you've been Nima before, you've been Lampo Yikipa.
But have you seen how comfortable those containers are?
Come on, brother.
No, I mean the long term. So this long term, that's what I got to go through the document now first and foremost. This long term now is going to shift from that era of having proper housing units for employees and contractors. But those containers are not just containers that we call it container. They're very comfortable. I sat and slept in one. So they're very comfortable, all AC, well, something structure, and the rest of that. You know, it's scam era, so that they did that. So the long plan projection they're going to do, I think they're going to. For me, ArcelorMittal is not a bad news for the country.
No, not bad news. No, don't get me wrong.
Bad news for the country.
Because like
the
right
24 years, the law will assess it, but the kind of money coming from, you expect them to get in 5 years? No, too many.
The lawmakers, I mean, Pewee, my concern is the country, where the people will benefit. Like for instance, right? The urgent effort, the whole language structure. For let me give you an example. It should you think that it would have. They are renovated and brought it up to date. I'm not saying you do the pre-war lamp structure, but I think you are brought it up to date. Well, I'm in Basel. Can you imagine? Basel is dark. I got a problem with it. And we have had how many? We had 3 pro temp from Basel alone. But Basel is in darkness still. We have a major multinational company is there. Why Basel should be in darkness?
No, I agree with you on that. That is totally unacceptable.
Yeah, I mean, one day I want to ask a question. They both drove me to the port. They say, you see over there, the light, that loop. Because I went to school in Basel. I went to Cali school. I live in the loop. And they say, you see, look over there where the lights are. And yeah, no lights. And so, you know, I hope the lawmakers, while they are perusing this document, before they ratify, at least you show that instruments that are put into it that will benefit, that bring people, and the company will be satisfied. I hope that what I'm looking at, hopefully we can get that done. We'll be happy for the country. You know, that's my concern. And then lastly, you know, today the president dedicated one place called Uptown Garage. And I mean, my thing is that, I mean, it's like owned by a Liberian. So the president was saying, we bringing new cars. My question, you would think by now.
Who bring new guys?
No, he said, oh, I thought the play when it's talking about if I thought when the first car, but now no, you know, we bringing new cars we can't sell. What I mean, and Alliance Motor and thing. I recognize the effort of that Liberian are doing it, but I think the president should be taking it bigger instead of that little thing. President will take his time to get a whole president to a small day
But I've been around for more than 10 years to me.
It's
been around more than 10 years. I've been around. I probably all the men put money in the campaign.
That's what somebody said. Somebody said they can bet you that uptown garage talking about so is owned by people within the administration.
Yeah, that's that one money guy got a place, right? He been around for some time. Other thing. There's no brand new. You gotta go to brand new. Go brand new. Copa vehicle. Then they do something. They say brand new. Come on, you gotta stop saying that to people, man. Listen, it's not a wrong thing for them to have a modern garage there. But I've been around for more than 10. I've been more than 10 years up Broad Street there.
Pewee, I know, I'm not telling you a agenda, but before you go, let me say something, Pewee. Look, Pewee, when I saw that today, I said, I have another question. Then when I saw Ethiopia, they're breaking ground for the largest airport in Africa. Look, we should be innovative. We should be thinking big. Like we were 178 years old. We're 179 years this year. You would think that Liberia would be talking about opening factories and plants. So my question is, the president, look, you're the leader of the country. You're the chief foreign policy official. To be able to go out there and bring in the investments, to bring in stuff, right? To bring in stuff to come in the country, to benefit the country. But that's not what we see happening. And this is how it's going to be. You think that how it will happen? Look, other countries, when they say new government come with new ideas. You would think, say, okay, I want to see the day where will be our president will be cutting of the breaking for a factory or plant to say, yeah, those who have this plan will provide 500 jobs, 1,000 jobs, you know. And I thought the president, having been vice president of Manasali for 12 years, Manasali, she did her own. She should go out. We saw all the multi companies coming. The Exxon Mobil was here. You saw all the companies coming, and Sami Dabi, all the companies coming who were pulled into Liberia during our tenure and so forth. And you would think that you will see that happening, but it's just not happening. And then when you look at the future, you're going to find out that 2029 will come out to the same old thing, the same system. That's why I will say firmly, I'm part of that system to disrupt this system because we'll shake up the country. We can't afford to be having only two alternatives. End of the day, you know, we should have other alternatives so that people can. If you have more alternative, Pewee, people will get serious. If you're the new progressive leader, if your movement, which I know are you already planning to make it more aggressive and be forceful. If you come out, you rally the base, the Liberian people, and shake up the people, you make the people get serious. They'll say, no, Sonny, the people are not joking. We'll get serious. But else, what we've been doing for the last 20 years, we'll lose all the things we've been doing, you know? So I pray that we'll see some changes happening. We all should be part of it. This is why I see people, when somebody tell me, say, oh, and that country, I say, look, stop saying that country. Because if you keep on saying that country, then don't be going there, running there. Because if you're running there, to go and do what from there. If you're comfortable living in America for all your life, it's up to you. I know I won't live here for the next 5-10 years. I won't be here. No. I won't be able to go home 10 years from now and say, yeah, I'm happy in my country. I retire in my country and be happy and enjoy my life. You know, but in order to do it, you gotta create that enabling environment. You gotta create that atmosphere where you can make it. Because we have a work to do. For the next 3 years from now, we gotta be aggressive. You know, be aggressive, more forceful in our thinking, in our thought process, in our advocacy, whatever we do. Can't continue this way. It hurts, you know. People don't have jobs and so forth. And but again, the people of Liberia will do our best to help them understand the power they have in their own hands, where they can change things. But if they wait 2020, and the problem they will wait 2029 to go again, and let politicians fool them and go for the same people, and then they complain. That's why I tell somebody, I say, you guys not serious. I told somebody today, I said, look, I'm concerned because I want to spend my remaining years on earth in Liberia. I want to spend it there. I said, but trust me, You can do it. You continue voting the way you're voting. You keep the same old way of doing things. You're gonna affect you and your family, not me, because I have safety nets in this country. Thank God, I'm in the greatest country. I safety nets. Yeah, I got things to I got fallback position. You know, why do you think most people today they in Liberia there? They ain't care for Liberian jobs. They on their farms. They live their best of life because they work hard in America. They got a 401k. They got the Social Security checks coming in. Then they retire from a particular job. The retirement is coming into. Then the kids are doing well abroad. The kids, some of the kids tell you, "Daddy, sending you 5,000 for your birthday." Your kid is some doctor, some lawyer. You sit down. You say, "Wow, you enjoy it." That's why we invest in our kids, because making sure that we benefit from them some kind of way. And the children love their dad. Especially we who got girls, children love their dad. They're crazy. So you know, I see you all the time. Your daughter, you get especially need to call her, and when she feeling good, you drive her around, taking up doing things. Your boy, you're doing well. And you do for our kids, we're happy. They're excited. You know, when the kids see daddy giving them the first car keys and things, they're happy. They're excited. Yes, guess what? Excited. They want to just jump on the daddy. Daddy, I want to make sure you're happy right now. You know. And tomorrow, I tell people, I'll be my farm. My daughter coming to daddy. Your birthday come and see you for your birthday. We'll fly in to see you for your birthday. They come there. They make me feel good. I'm gonna go do government job. They will say, "Daddy, take this, put in your pocket, do this one."
Oh yeah, man. You can call your money or drink your star pound.
Exactly. You see,
feel good. It's on the up.
Yeah. So I tell people when you cussing people, I say, "Don't cuss me, because guess what? End of the day, you make you will feel it, not me. Not me. Keep on making the same decision, thinking you're gonna change things. You know." I say our friends there, most of them get green card. When they will run back in America and can't stay here. When the things happen, when this government finish, or when they're not in power again, they say,
some of them, some green card, some
citizen. Yeah, they come in and go. And so they gotta get serious. We try our best to keep them talking, but they discourage. But people that go to their agenda. Let's go. We're ready.
Oh yes. So basically, we will start with this master plan that the Liberian Aviation Authority brought in, and this is the point. Actually, we have to really focus on the Liberian Aviation Authority. It says here, I mean, I think they released the report out today. They say. LCAA launches 20-year master plan to transform Liberia aviation sector.
Wow.
The Liberia Aviation Authority, LCAA, has officially launched a landmark 20-year civil aviation master plan, CAM, covering the period 2025 to 2045, aimed at modernizing and transforming the country's aviation sector while positioning Liberia as a competitive player in global transport. The ambitious strategic framework was unveiled Tuesday, January 13th in Monrovia, marking a major milestone in Liberia's effort to build a safe, efficient, and sustainable civil aviation industry. Speaking at the launch, LCAA Director General Honorable Julius Dennis Jr. described the master plan as a comprehensive roadmap designed to guide the long-term development of the aviation sector. He said the plan is built around three key pillars: strengthening aviation safety, modernizing aviation infrastructure, and developing local technical capacity throughout specialized training and strategic international partnership. The plan is more than just a document. It is a vision to align Liberia aviation development with international best practices. But Julia Dennis, LCAA boss, said, by investing in our infrastructure and our people, we are ensuring sustainable growth that will benefit the sector for decades. And then, according to the LCAA, the CAM 2025-45 also places strong emphasis on improving air connectivity and promoting environmental sustainability. That's somewhere I want to see here. Then I think they didn't mention. I want to see what it entails in terms of monitoring value. Stakeholder at the launch described the master plan as critical step towards strengthening Liberia aviation oversight, improving safety and service delivery, and enhancing the country attractiveness as an aviation hub in West Africa. The unveiling of the aviation master plan signals a new commitment by LTAA to long-term planning, institutional reform, and sustainable development of Liberia aviation sector. I mean, it's just them. Sorry, it's vague. They launched this. They didn't tell me in terms of cents and dollars how much they're going to target to this, what the master plan going to. All they say is going to be competitive, make a traveling hub in West Africa and all those things. What do we have now? To me, that's my big question to this issue. You didn't tell what you've done since you took over the earth, because before Madam Salif left office, and the United Party, they put a left and they did some, but the CDC administration to the airport and other things, what they did, because we have most of the instrument with news in the country is antiquated. We need to bring in system that will modernize it. I agree to that, and will bring the aviation into current and present day reality. There are a lot of navigation instrument materials, technical navigation things that will deploy along the runway. If you were to, that's part of the reason, if you are landing or driving along or landing there, you see those light will illuminate around the night hours. Those are sensitive to aviation technical gadgets that are deployed for most safety reasons also, that will inform the air control, the control tower, because our imagine here in this country, the state got antiquated how they call it, air traffic control. Most of the computer news says back, we try to bring it back to modernity here. Remember what we have there. So this didn't talk about air traffic control. It didn't talk about a lot of things. So I will hope that it will be situated in a way and manner that will help. Listen, we all want to see the country move forward, because aviation is very paramount, particularly to those of us that are outside of Liberia. The way to get into Liberia, we have to go by air. And if our only international airport is up to date, if the aviation sector is booming, is vibrant in terms of being competitive, it's good news for the country, because what it does that allow more competition. You have more airlines. The last time we're just trying to name airlines going to the country. We have 7 airlines going to the country currently. 7. Very, very unfortunate. 7. All the 7, we have 5 that are active and 2 passive. So we have not Ethiopian. We have
Kenya Airways.
No, Kenya Airways active. The 2 that are passive would be Air Cote d'Ivoire, Air Peace. The 5 that are active would be Brussels Air, Kenya Air, Aska, Ethiopian, and that of Air Morocco. These are the 5 airlines that are very
So the major international one, Brussels and what?
The international one will be Brussels, because Brussels and that of Air Morocco. Air Morocco connect you via Casablanca, and then.
But Air Morocco can come to America, right?
Oh yes, they got the giant Airbus. They got a lot of Airbuses that come to
Pewee,
they come to Washington D.C. and out of New York.
Once they talk about our aviation, I support it, because that's why we all travel. The only airport we got, international airport we got, the only international airport that we travel from through. So I support it. If the government want to put more money into the aviation industry, especially to make sure that we have all our navigational systems are all updated and ready and in good condition. I'm all for that, because you don't want to have any situation where we have some kind of a disaster in our airport. I remember I was a child in Firestone when the late one of my teachers from South Africa, Ms. Paul Johnson, she was teaching us in Firestone School, and her husband, the late Charles Johnson, he was one of the pilots from Air Liberia, I think. They came from servicing the plane, coming into the country. They had a crash, and we lost 7 pilots on that day at the airport. That was a tragedy for the national tragedy. President Doe declared national mourning for the country. And since that incident occurred, there have been a lot of scare of landing in our country. I think a Guinean.
The last one that was in 2011 when the Guinean chief of staff plane also crashed right to the airport there.
Yeah, so all these things, the worries, I get worried about it. So when I talk about aviation, our navigational system, I'm one of those who support it being improved and resources be well funded, so they can make it updated to the national standards. It's important. So whatever I saw Mr. Julius Dennis. I watched his press conference briefly today, and I pray that what they are envisioning to do, they will succeed, and that the country will benefit, because we need it. Trust me, whenever I arrive in Liberia, on our way Liberia, when they tell me that we're in Liberian airspace, that honestly, that time I can really be afraid. To be honest with you, not when the plane shaking in the air, no, because brother,
why you can be afraid for?
Let me tell you. I was in Liberia the night that Jote then crashed. I was working immigration. Okay, we're on patrol that night. If I was somewhere not patrol per se, but we're somewhere saying not chilling. That time the former President Taylor, his brother-in-law was the deputy for operation and immigration. So we were hanging out that night, working together. When we look, my man, we had our radio in our hand. When we look, they announced that the plane was in distress. The helicopter were in distress. I said, what? We heard that stuff.
There was a plane. It was a helicopter.
A plane, yeah. They were in distress. We heard the communication. Then they said all the police car, because the other police were on it. Colonel Army were on our plane too. The late water pilot on our plane. And the guy who was part of the plane was a very experienced pilot. Take a plane from back and forth America back before. So he was a respected pilot. But then they announced, they said they were on the way Robert's fee. Then they changed the mind. They said, no, all cars should go to Air Springs, James Springs, and put the lights on so they put it in the wrong way. But man, the last time I heard this girl said, I never forgot, Colonel Ami. She said, if she said something, that's a loser. One of them said it. If you don't help us with tango, something like that on the radio. My man, heard that on the radio, heard that big sound, my man, for that day. And all because they say, I know somebody, different stories can be an investigation, but our country, we don't follow the investigation well. If you're thinking that was a serious country, we have found out what happened, what caused that crash, and we investigate. And
but too many, there was a report on the cause of the crash.
Yeah, but man, it was forward a lot of people have all kinds of things to say about it. Pewee, I probably have.
Man, for me, I know for me,
so when it happened, people say, "Oh, they person fired." I mean, there was all kind of myth behind it. But the fact about it is that crash, brother, lives were perished, and it caused. I was scared because imagine, is there somebody who should put the light on a rubber feet? The person went not there, did all kind of stuff. I said, can you imagine? Our international airport, that thing will happen. And then the pilot had to turn around, go back to spring to the land because he was running out of fuel. Brother, let me be frank. On that day, I always say, when I say like Liberian airspace, I say, Father, yeah, this is the time I say, Father, into your hands, we're gonna make ourselves because anything happen. I pray that we don't experience such a thing happen again. I pray that we will always have the best. That's why I offer or improve that navigational system in our airport.
Yeah, that's a point on a serious note. But for me, whenever I'm traveling to Liberia, when I'm approaching, I get excited because I'm going back home. I get very excited. Bro. And that's the time you know why I'm not excited, Tony? When we went to that huge Atlantic Ocean where nobody know me there, right?
I know, right?
I get very scared about approaching home. When I see that green land, as soon as we hit off the sky, then coming around, we're around 10,000 feet, 8,000 descending, then I know that is. But the reason here about that, ever since, and part of the reason why that crash happened, Tomalin, and that's right. And I spoke to two other pilots. Colonel Sumo was a very good, reliable pilot.
Yeah.
Somebody from or I'm not name of getting a right Colonel Sumo. I think he was Colonel Sumo also, or Captain Sumo. But one of the things here is that at the time we were considered a pariah state. We were isolated. There was this global isolationism on the part of Liberia at the time. So we didn't have our own sanction. Our president was unsanctioned then. And a lot of things unfolding on the government. A lot of people were not coming to the country. The country was not as open as you think now. So due to that, the government didn't have a lot of support. There was a lot of sanctions. There was no support just out of war. That was after the election, 97. This crash happened in 1999.
Yeah.
So due to that, they started managing things. So at a certain hour, they will cut everything with no plane. At the time when plane is not, you don't expect plane to the airport. I mean, plane were coming to the country then. Only Brussels were flying at the time to Liberia. Air Brussels alone.
How about Air France? Air France was flying too?
God forbid. Air France was never near Liberia that time. God forbid.
But they don't have good relationship with France.
No, but Air France didn't come. Yeah. And he and Jacques Chirac had a good relationship, but Air France didn't come. The only airline that was trying to Liberia then, they would call it Sabina Air, but Air Brussels. Right? Air Brussels, the only international airline that will come into the country, if you will, during that time. So it was a very difficult. So if there's no flight coming at any hour, they cut everything off. Then they look at the time when they don't come from, they put it back and put a machine. That's how they operating. They didn't expect now when there was a miscommunication when people left that day to come back. When they went to Maryland, all the areas of East they come. When they're returning, they were not planning that they were going to come.
They said somebody said they must come.
They have planned that they were going to leave in the morning because they have decided to see the proof they're changing. Oh, we got to get to the city. And then, unfortunately, they didn't communicate. And there's a small cellular plane. It's not a big plane. The plane will run a few no time if you don't. And the fuel they put in the plane was to bring the plane back and land the plane safely. And they did something up. Boom. They got on the plane, flying, coming. When they came in, that's a dark city. All the airport you went to, everything off. Wow. So the first attempt to land to Springfield is off because they didn't expect them. Because Springfield needs for us, they didn't expect them. When they did that, they had to move from Springfield, come back to RIA. When they went to RIA, no. The first went to RIA, they didn't accept them. They
said that the lights were off.
Yes. Then they left from RIA, now coming to Springfield. Now, the problem came from leaving from Springfield. Now, when they found out that got the communication right, so that they could get the machine on for them on RIA, they decided to come back to RIA when the crash happened. They were almost hitting RIA when the crash. They were less than 5 miles away when the crash happened. When the plane the plane bust into a palm tree and that bust in flames right there. Most of other situation and that. I can remember that when that news came up because my late father worked at the time. He was an assistant minister for international for Francophone affairs and French interpreter to the president. So he had the executive mansion, radio, all that, So that I followed that thing religiously. You could listen to everything.
I was on duty. I remember.
So I can remember that day. I said we're sitting down. They probably just have the thing. Everybody's on the duty. Then imagine we can say all of it, but men. Yeah, but men started
working with their lives because. Man, I have a problem with that.
So it was not. So that crash didn't happen because bro, instrument. No, the main reason of that crash to me was there was no political thing. There was no honor money. There was no motivation. It was unfortunate. It was a small plane. They flew the port in the plane for the time. They were to land to RIA. They went to RIA first. The generator is off. They decided to make a move to Springfield. Springfield is off. On their way back then, when the communicator finally to put machine on RIA, they didn't make it there. They were almost there, and the plane finally crashed because there was no fuel. That's the thing. Yes. The plane when the car ran all the gas money, it was stopped.
Yeah, but
the group of is on the ground. So that's what happened.
People believe that there was some fireplace. Do you believe it?
No, there was actually no fireplace. The reason why there was no fireplace, Joe Tate and Mr. Taylor had a very perfect relationship.
And what I told people,
there was no fireplace, Tony. I sat with a lot of other things. And my old man will sit down, will come. Not everybody will be loyal, but will come to describe with family. So he said it. I think hurt Mr. Taylor. You can remember
Taylor cried.
the funeral. You remember
his first cousin, he cried. He said, look, because
he don't call him Gongbean. For the funeral, he cried that day.
Some people are saying, oh, because when Jose, you were head of the Lone Star Fundraising Committee, they said, oh, when going to feed, he had a cry. He was ringing when he passing. Jote, so you're getting popular and Taylor. Come on.
Taylor made Jote was. It was just an unfortunate issue. Look at Amire. Committed young women during the revolution. I can remember that time we were living.
Black. I'm not
you pass where we live on Weaver Street in the community there around there. There she was living. There she built a house. But after that rule was very terrible. It's good that they paved. Taylor going there that day to speak to the family that day. When those guys, those ATU guys all around the car, they're moving in that bar room, moving all in the community. I can remember that very day. There was no fair play. Listen, we have leaders who do the same Doki situation. We knew that was a clear danger of fair play. We knew that it was planned to have it executed and others, but the Jote situation, there was no fair play. The John Yomi and RCV situation, we knew clearly that yes, it was orchestrated. It was by the government, the Taylor government, to kill those two men. We knew that was very clear. But the Jote and the traffic chief, Mr. Peno, and Amire, Peno, Amire, and Cecilia Louis, those two women, they were very loyal to Mr. Taylor during the revolution. Very loyal.
Taylor called a baby. He said, baby Joe, man, baby Joe. Yeah. He said, can you imagine a man who was powerful on the ground, in the air? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
A powerful person on the ground, in the air, no more.
But Tony, that they got some parable in Loma. They say there's placed men, and and I said he was up there, he had no power.
Yes. Can you imagine?
Nothing he would do there. The only person he had, and so some of what we heard, there was some altercation.
Yeah, so they fought on the plane. I mean, that'd be frank.
With the pilot, I don't know how true that was.
What a black bastard was said. Boy, come on the story, brother.
Yeah, there was some altercation. That was the issue with the pilot and other things, but nothing the pilot could do. The women, two areas they attempted to land when they were in Cinco, around the Tottenham Boulevard there. It was not possible. The plane would have landed to just bust in flames.
But the question was that they said why they told the pilot to turn around when you were going, when the arrivals, you were going back, I think you were going for it, to turn around, and they got, all kind of story, man. But
so the company, I can still remember all those things that happened that night. I can still remember, like I'm still just listening. See, here's what happened.
Yeah.
When they were hitting towards RRA, they called for signal. When they played dark, they were hovering. They hovered over RRA for like 20 minutes.
Yes.
Hovering over RRA. And then they said
the guy who had the tower person who was controlling the navigational stuff. They said he wasn't around. What was the case, man?
He was not there because there were no yesterday. They were not expected to work. So they were trying to pull them to get them back. They were making all those important calls to pull them back. While hovering, they said there was no way. Then the pilot advised that on the radio that, hey, we cannot keep doing this. The plane will crash. Then the order changed that. Then some order were coming from the higher area too. Taylor instructed that they should take the plane to Springfield.
Yeah, they said all the police cars, they said all the cars should go with their lights on.
It was just unfortunate that when they went to Springfield, they went to Springfield, also there was no current. Boom, that was the problem, that the confusion came in. Then they start calling for a possibility of them landing on Tottenham Boulevard. They accept the part of Tottenham Boulevard, they felt there was a problem. How do you land to Tottenham Boulevard? Then they agreed on that when they started doing all the call, they were already lined and they communicated with the tower man. Tower man available now. The generator is on. RA is ready now for the plane to land. Boom! The plane got to come back with very small fuel. Hey, go out now with them, man. It's just all the times. Unfortunately,
welcome, Dr. Peabody. Welcome, brother.
Good to see you. Good to see everybody, man. Good to see you, Sylvester. Good to see you, Tomalin. Good to see everybody.
Yeah, but that because Jote was very close to my family. was close to my family because we were very close to him. And I remember when it was we can't talk all that way, but he was very close to my family, very very close. I can tell you that. Yeah, but before Taylor became president, Taylor became with a walk him to living Red Light. He was deputy chief of security at LPRC. Yeah, I remember that. He had a cement black factory all over there too, and so forth. But I remember every time we start playing, I was sure I get him a free ticket because he made sure he do it, you know. But that he dare hurt me. I cried that night. And even though that night I was charged, but I cried.
Yeah, it was just quite unfortunate that but there was nothing that was motivated. There was no motivation rather than behind the crash and other situations. A lot of things unfolded and
people are in the States, eh?
No, people are in the
I was in Liberia when
99.
Oh, when Joe crashed, when Apple crashed?
No, not in now. In the States, I was in the States.
In the States, I know.
Oh, okay.
I was in the US
since
since 19. I was in the US since 1997.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we were saying that, brother, following that and other things. But it was actually unfortunate, and I listened to Taylor tribute to him, man, Gongpen. I used to call him man Gongpen.
Yeah, he cried. Taylor cried a bit.
He said, "Hey, Gongpen."
When he said, he said a presence, a strong presence on the ground, but in the air. Yeah, I think.
I said, "Hey, Gongpen." The whole chest, everybody started crying. They don't see that guy, they broke down. So, man, that's it. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show. And
good to be here, man.
Mr. Diggs, welcome.
Hey, people, gentlemen, how you doing today?
Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother.
Yeah, so quickly, Peabody, before I bring you to money, so don't be afraid when you land in our country. Trust me, everything is
for Liberia.
But we have trained air traffic controllers, very trained. They are about currently they retired, the other women, the other three they retired, but they are very trained. They were women and red, they're very good. You can remember.
Yeah, as a problem you talking because Pewee on the plane, Pewee, you fly with it, man. You wonder.
No,
the guy was making us on the plane. It'll say,
I'm not comfortable flying anytime. I will say this to you.
Yeah, but you
my best time quickly before I bring other people. My best time flying,
but then you still scared.
My other time, I always fly. It doesn't stop. It will never stop. It's money. That's me. All I can pretend. But my best time in flying, when I hear the captain, and you can hear that, ladies and gentlemen, we are now reaching our destination. I love that stuff.
And all day, he had one Liberian lady waiting by the window. You say, "Hey, how many minutes for the land?"
No, but I seen the thing for me. I'll be asking. I seen the thing. I know.
Well, I mean, honestly, when it comes to modern aviation nowadays, I mean, it's very safe. It's very safe once you get out there. The most nervous part is between when they get full throttle to take off. But once that thing is airborne and wheels up, I mean, that's pretty much cruise control. That's cruise control, you know. And then when you guys are flying, most of the time they fly on autopilot, they have the set route and they have alternate route. So let's say like what happened in 2022 in Liberia when they got a route fee and they couldn't land. The alternate route was Sierra Leone. They just turned around and went back to Sierra Leone. They just made a call back to Sierra Leone, say we're on our way back. I mean, all those things are planned. You know, it's either Sierra Leone or it's Abidjan. So I mean, we kept the modern aviation. It's pretty safe.
And absolutely, Safa, you're right.
For us Liberians, to be part of that space, it requires a high level of transparency, and that's something our officials are not used to. There's no secret. You have to stand behind the microphone and let the world know when anything goes wrong. Like the last time the president landed and we had that mesa by the airport, it all became part of the story. That was the tire, that was the runway. Up to now, we haven't had a full press conference to know
exactly. The problem got our country
to know what happened that day. Okay, was it the runway? Was it the aircraft? How old was the aircraft? What's the aircraft maintenance record? These are the things that you need to be part of when you're into modern aviation. There's nothing in modern aviation that is proprietary to you because you guys are sharing, you know. And so that's one of the things we should be looking forward to.
Absolutely. But we'll come back to you soon so that we go back to the master plan, the 20-year master plan that the Liberian Aviation Authority launched today. So I will bring in Dr. Peabody, and then Dr. Peabody, we got sort of thing. Group was just hitting on the Jyote situations and that plane crash that unfolded in the country, unfortunately, in 1999. But we're discussing a rate of things. But before we started discussing, we'll discuss the aviation thing, and we'll also talk about to just try to reorientate you guys on what we'll be discussing today. We'll talk about this master 20 years plan of the aviation authority that launched in this is meant to make our aviation sector to be more vibrant and more competitive, making us a hub in West Africa. And also we will also look at the letter that was written by Councillor Kehleboe Gongloe, stating that the Liberian National Police should come up plain with a full investigative report and evidence-based material that led to the exoneration of Mr. Brian McGill. And also Limo or so I'd call them came out on the United Party, stating that all of their 378 promises, they only managed in year 2, the end of year 2, they only managed to successfully complete 3 of the 378. So these are the discussions we'll be going, but we'll basically start with this issue of Brian McGill. I had a press conference today. He said the intent of the press conference was to clear his name and his family name and other things and tell one situation. So we'll take your intro and then we'll move through. Go ahead, Chief.
Man, it's good to see everybody again on this Tuesday edition of the Closing Argument. Good to see everybody, and it's good to be back. We're looking forward to a very healthy conversation. Good to see Mr. Deeks. I don't know how you on the show here today with all that thing going on in Minnesota. Every time I turn on my computer, I see them robbing, beating, doing things to somebody. It makes it so afraid that I don't know what's going on there, you know. But it's terrible, you know. It's horrible. So I see you today. I'm like, wow, he's here, and it's going so bad off in Minnesota. But at least, you know. But it's good to be here, man. Good to see everybody, Sylvester, and we'll come back to the conversation.
Yeah, thank you. Johnny, we'll start with you on this one because we're just trying to brush off something. We know the Minnesota situation. I don't know if we can, but maybe that will be end of the show. But we get the information that most of those federal prosecutors are resigning. 6 of them resigned already. So a lot of things happening behind the scene. But Tomalin, go ahead. This whole thing about Brian McGill and that of what I know we are anticipating the police authority tomorrow. They're going to be here tomorrow. But some human rights lawyers and politicians now are cautioning the stand of the police in terms of the investigative report that came out. The police is saying scientifically, due to the scientific investigation.
Wait, Pewee, you didn't have me like introduce myself and say hello to everyone too. Hello, everyone.
I was yes, sorry. I was just about to wish you a wonderful happy new year and welcome you. It's good to see you, and I'll give you one the time now to before I can do that. Mr. Happy New Year to you, madam, and good to see you. And I will give you the time to. I know you. How was discussing to get into details, and then we'll move on. Go ahead, please.
Just kidding, but Happy New Year to everyone. It's great to be back on the show, of course, and let's jump in.
Thank you. So Tomalin, so his issue is basically from the backdrop of the DNA report. The police said the report came from 3 different areas. One is all of the cell phone signal report. There was a report conducted by all of the cell phone company and exonerated Mr. Brian McGill from the scene of the crime.
I think somebody got a mute. Too many. I think that's you.
Yeah, and CCTV footage is also exonerated him, and coupled with the forensic DNA test that was conducted. They didn't tell where the DNA test was conducted, but they said it's a result that exonerated him from the young girl. or the little girl, I don't even want to call her young girl. So do you think Councillor Gongloe's statement that a full report of this investigative report and the evidence should be published, do you think that is necessary or is timely?
Okay, let me just confirm. The police just confirmed that they will be here tomorrow. The deputy inspector will be here, so we'll be expecting it tomorrow. To be our guest. So, and there are a lot of questions to answer. You know, because some people are saying why this man was arrested and charged right away. What were the reasons? But the police director, I think he laid all the reasons why they initially arrest. They charged Mr. Jala and so forth. But they will be able to answer the question. But I think Councillor Gongloe, I agree with him. The public should be informed about the DNA evidence that they have in the possession. Because that's why they were keeping this case so long. So I think they should let the public let them see it, because if not, it will create that doubt that there's some favoritism or some of cherry picking in who to prosecute or not. So I think it's important that the police make available what they got to finally exonerate Mr. McGill. One of those who are on record to say that I was doubtful. I said, because I was following the case and I asked questions and anyone in Liberia, I tried to find out what happened, and I was told that was most of what was being said. The father and the daughter, the statement wasn't corroborating with what the evidence that people were bringing, like with the phone records, the time and the camera they had, everything. When you said this person was at this place, the person was at a different place at that moment, according to the record they were giving, and the witnesses were not incoherent. So I said that one thing about accusing people of rape and so forth is it's not easy thing to accuse someone of rape. I think going for a lifetime. You know, I think that's the reason why Mr. McGill came out with a lawyer today, possibly to make it clear, because, like somebody said, people will say, "Oh yeah, that is a man who didn't happen to," but at least they clear him, and that's what matters to he and his family. So I think the police should still answer more questions that have been asked. And so we look forward to them being here tomorrow to help us to answer these questions that are still lingering. But I believe I support Councillor Gongloe's position that should be able to produce the evidence that led to them exonerating Mr. McGill.
Dr. Peabody?
Yeah, look, let me say this. Firstly, we were on this platform. We engaged police officials. We asked them some of the most difficult questions. I think the police came up with one important tool, that they had DNA. They had DNA that did not link Mr. McGill to anything. They sent those specimens to different countries. It was tested. And based on that, you know, I won't really focus on the telephone or satellite, but based on the DNA evidence that was submitted and that was tested, I believe that was sent to Ghana. I'm not sure it was sent to Ghana. I think I can now go by what the police say. Can believe that. I think sometimes we got to, I know our police in Liberia, sometimes we have a lot of doubts about the behavior and some of the things. But I think with this, I think I give them the benefit of doubt. I think I will go by what they've said. There are no DNA evidence is linking Mr. Brian McGill to that. So I think I found their statement to be very credible. And if what they say in terms of the DNA and all of that, I think I found it that they're finding to be credible. I think he didn't do it, and that's why sometimes we talk about like our brothers and sisters in our country, that they just rush to judgment. Sometimes the moment somebody come up and accuse somebody, it's all over social media. They are writing, and this person did it, and that person did it, and he's a criminal. The women groups, they are all different rights group, get up, station, protests, and things like that. Sometimes we don't give the investigation a chance. So I think I tend to agree with what the police said, that there's no evidence. I agree with the police.
Mr. Dix, I'll come to you quick in a jiffy. Let me go to Fanta. Fanta, you here? I know you followed this story for some time. This story been lingering from, I think it's got this thing unfolded sometime in August, the end of August, and it's been around. The report just came out yesterday of the Liberia National Police fully exonerating this man, the suspended Deputy Minister for Youth Development, and he had a press conference today also. And so Gongloe is saying, countering that there should be a report from the police that stating from the DNA results exonerating them, so the public can see it and do their own judgment. What's your own view about this relative to his exoneration and the statement from the councillor?
Yeah, I think if the police press release is available, we should play it for the audience, for those who are unfamiliar with the press release, just so they can have the opportunity to listen to exactly what the police director said. So if you have that available, I think it would be good to play it. If not, I would say this. From what I saw, I absolutely agree with Councillor Gongloe. I think those evidence that they're leveraging to exonerate him should be made public, because just as we are trying to have faith in the police, we have seen they have exercised selective justice, especially for government and governmental officials. It is not new, it is not foreign, it's not uncommon. So you can absolutely understand the public distrust of the police. So to exonerate someone, I think we have to understand, right? This alleged crime was committed at the ministry, from my understanding and my research. Please feel free to jump in at any point to correct me. It was committed at the ministry. So imagine a mother or a parent taking their child to work, and their boss essentially, allegedly raping their child at the work facility, right? It happened at the ministry, number one. Number two, when it happened, there was medical examination conducted, and the examination proved sexual assault at the time. The third thing is that when you talk about DNA being used as evidence, the tested DNA, and it exonerated him, the fact that we, I think, ordered some DNA machines since 2021, and those DNA machines are have not been active, because our police department, according to the report I saw, our police department is claiming not to be able to use the machine. So they're calling on friendly countries. They're calling on friendly countries to either teach them how to use the machines that are sitting at the medical facility. I believe they're at JFK or at the police headquarters. They've not been able to use it since 2021, but they're going to send this sample out of country. Now you have to take into consideration the contamination, the gathering of those samples, and then the logistical lifespan of it, right? Who transported it? How was it transported? Where did it transport it to? When did it get there, right? What type of measures were taken to protect the integrity of the sample? To then all of a sudden, we're talking nearly 6 months later to say this man is exonerated because the DNA evidence suggests otherwise. We have to look at all of the other circumstantial evidence that are provided here. The medical examination that was done, this crime happened at the ministry, so there must have been like eyewitnesses. And so you can understand the distrust, absolutely, of the public to the police. And I think the council is absolutely right. They should share on which basis they are saying that Miguel is not guilty. Otherwise, it's just another charade, is just another injustice to the impoverished and marginalized, as we have always seen time and time again. It's a pay-to-play system. If you cannot afford the best lawyers, you cannot pay the police to even register your case, just at that level, you will not get justice. So it is not surprising that that we should call for the publicizing of those evidence, so to restore some type of public trust. Otherwise, you cannot blame the public, and you cannot blame those who are distrustful of what the police is saying, because the whole thing just frankly reeks of collusion.
Thank you. So, Siafa, here's what I'm going to do. I want you to do for us. I will allow, because then we'll give you more time. I will allow Myean to play the police director from the press conference. So you listen to that stuff, and then you just come in immediately after that. So Myean, if you tune, can you just play the police chief during the press conference yesterday, where he exonerated Brian Nagbe from this long-running
former complaint filed on January 5th, 2026, concerning repeated sexual abuse of a 16-year-old minor. Following a former complaint filed on January 5th, 2026, concerning repeated sexual abuse of a 16-year-old minor. The investigative findings, medical examination confirmed findings were consistent with sexual abuse. The victim provided detailed time-specific accounts. Independent witnesses corroborated the victim's presence at the defendant's residence, and GSM forensic analysis placed the suspect within the vicinity of the crime scene during the relevant period under investigation. Statements provided by the defendant were materially contradicted by the witness and forensic evidence. Legal action based on probable cause. The Liberia National Police has formally charged Mr. Peter Bonjala with the following charges from the revised penal law, the revised penal code. Rape, statutory rape, sodomy, chapter 14.70, gang rape, chapter 14.702,
this is the wrong video.
Chapter 14.501. If the defendant has been forwarded to court, and the matter now lies before the judiciary. The accused is presumed innocent until proven guilty. The victim's identity has been fully protected by law. This case reflects LNP's commitment to swift, victim-centered, and evidence-based prosecution.
Yeah, that was the wrong video. Do we have the one for
Yes. Maya, are you there? We need the one for Brian Nagbe, not Bonjala.
Yeah, just give me a minute. Just give me a few minutes. I'm playing.
Okay, but Safa, I think you follow, and maybe if you are to come then something, but Safa, you can go ahead from that. Councillor Gongloe position, the police chief own position about exonerating, and the police chief is basing the exoneration from the forensic investigation, right? But other independent folks are also calling that the report be published so the Liberian people can see, and Fanta is saying the same. We all, I think, trying to agree to that. So what's your own position on this? Should we just close this case from the Brian Nagbe perspective, or we have to see the evidence and be convinced that it was actually done forensically?
Well, I mean, we have to see the evidence because the police did a terrible job in informing the population. Because you know, if you say at the time they established what the crime was committed and where, and if the individual wasn't there, and you have corroborating evidence that the individual was in there, and they're claiming that the story from the father and the daughter are not consistent. So I mean, if you had all of these things months ago, there was no need for DNA. You know, there was no need for DNA, and people kept saying that the DNA is not part of the police work. The police gets statement, the police does its investigation, and determine there's probable cause that a crime was committed, and the person get arrested, and then they hand it over to the prosecutor office, and the prosecutor office will go ahead and build a case. But the police sat on it with it. I mean, people, it comes down to the folks in authority that feel that they have no responsibility to inform the population. Okay, I think the video is coming up now. I'll let Maya play it.
Yeah, Myean, go ahead.
This investigative actions taken included the following: GSM call data and cell site location analysis, independent GPS location verification, review of available CCTV footage, and full DNA analysis conducted through international forensic partners. The findings: the telecommunication and GPS data conclusively excluded Mr. McGill's presence at the alleged crime scene during the relevant time. CCTV footage did not support claims of his presence. The DNA forensic results, which have now been received, excludes Mr. McGill as a contributor to biological material recovered from the victim's clothing. While unidentified male DNA was detected, they were matched against Mr. Brian McGill's DNA, and they came back without any connection. Based on the totality of digital, forensic, and physical evidence, the Liberia National Police exonerated Mr. Brian McGill from this investigation. However, I must emphasize, this investigative actions taken included the following: GSM call data and cell site location analysis, independent GPS location verification, review of available CCTV footage, and full DNA analysis conducted through international forensic partners. The findings: the telecommunication and GPS data excluded Mr. McGill's presence at the.
Thank you, Myean. I think that's it. Thank you. You can continue, Safa.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, he talked about all those GPS geolocation data that didn't put Mr. McGill to the crime. So I mean, if you had all of those things months ago, there was no need for DNA. I mean, because I mean that was things that you had that you say they didn't put him to the crime. And then one thing we have to be careful with in our country is this CCTV, using CCTV as evidence. Yes, they use the CCTV for the security purposes, but let's start to question the integrity of those systems. Are those systems, can anybody just go in there and edit and remove video, remove the frame for a certain time frame? And you know, I mean, because normally when you have the security system at entities, that there are policies in place that make them to be, to have integrity, that it can be used for investigation. So how sound and safe those CCTV systems are at these different facilities, that's something that need to be looked at. But like I said from the beginning, he had all those evidence. There was no need to do a DNA, because you do DNA during trial. You don't do DNA during police investigation. So, and I think the police need to do a better job in talking to the population when they have these high profile cases. I will leave it at that.
Thank you. So basically, it's the communication pattern that is not okay in terms of the confused out of brain. So the communication pattern had to change, because, you know, moving forward, I want to attempt to agree with you, because the reason why public confidence is eroding in the police is the way you engage the public, and that some of those mechanisms will have to change, if you will. But
because people, let me just say something. Because before his press conference, for months, we're waiting for this DNA evidence.
Yes.
So he gave us the impression that the DNA evidence was going to be the one that was just going to seal a deal. We had everything, and we just needed the DNA evidence to seal a deal. So now the DNA evidence comes back. It doesn't link to Mr. McGill. Then he tells us, the geolocation is not there. The cell phone record is not there. So you have all these things before DNA evidence. So yeah. I mean, there was no need for DNA evidence. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Exactly.
But let me just push back. But Mr. Diggs, the police also during the time they mentioned that they mentioned all about this, the phone records, the tower stuff and everything. They mentioned it, but the people be convinced to say the DNA would have been the one to maybe bust this case, to close this case, because but now they came back and telling you that they compared with Mr. McGill's DNA, it didn't match. So then I see you're still complaining that
yeah, because Tomalin, the police were playing the role of a trial. DNA and all these things. That's why Tomalin, police doesn't need DNA to do an arrest.
Let me just jump in here, right?
No, Tomalin. Police. So guess what? Police doesn't need DNA to do an arrest. The police can do the geolocation with the cell phone record and all of that, and determine whether these two people were in the place together. Together at one time. If it doesn't establish that, because I saw Mr. McGill, I saw some statement from him. He was on Alpha Feed with Kevin Sabway, Lucretia Stokpa. So he made a statement. Police can go interview all those people, check his phone records, check his location at the time. All those things can be done.
But the police was saying it, but you guys was
okay.
You guys,
No.
You said all of that.
No,
you said this is the reason why they want to get an arrest.
No, Tomalin. At no time this police director sat behind a microphone. They sat behind a microphone and said anything pertaining to cell phone record what he said today.
No, they said that.
No,
they said that.
Yeah, but
he said that.
He said that we got. He said that we got the cell phone record, we got the geolocation, we got the CCTV stuff, but everything, whether he was there or not, were all whispers. If you point to the video where he officially said, from our CCTV footage, Mr. McGill wasn't at the same level what he said today. There was no prior video to that. These were all whispers. That's what I'm saying. I said the problem is they do a terrible job in informing the population. You quite start the case and close the case, but you tell us we're waiting for DNA. And so I tell you, say, why are you waiting for DNA if a 15-year-old girl can identify somebody, say, this is the person that touched me?
Let me just burst those DNA bubbles, right? Let me just poke a hole in it because it makes no sense. Let's just establish that. To maintain DNA integrity, to even do digital forensics, what they're talking about, we did digital forensics, or there's this forensic evidence. As a cybersecurity professional, let me just add my 2 cents. In order for digital forensics to be valid and considered integrity or integrous evidence, there has to be a chain of custody. You can ask the digital and forensics experts out there. There has to be a chain of custody. The chain of custody is what ensures that whatever that sample is maintains the highest level of excellence or standard from the point of collection to the courtroom. So if we cannot establish what the chain of custody was in this case occurred since August of 2025. We're in January of 2026. It doesn't take 6 months to do DNA. And most importantly, the collection process is where 9 out of 10 times investigators fail in collecting and preserving adequate sampling data or adequate evidence to make it to court. So number one, if we had DNA machines that we have bought since 2021 and the police has failed to use them or to learn how to use them in 2025, when they've had cases all throughout from 2021 throughout up to 2025, they still don't know how to use those machines. They have to go. When the crime was committed, a medical examination happened. It was determined that the victim was sexually violated. Who collected the evidence? How was it transported? In what means it was transported, or by what means it was transported? Which lab did the DNA testing? How did it make it back to the police in Liberia? The DNA component of this, if this is the only point that the police is using to justify that McGill is innocent, is a bust. It's a complete bust. There are all types of holes in it. And we want to talk about the CCTV as well.
Let me hold you there quickly. I'll come back, Peabody, to you. Fanta. One will say that now you're trying to hit on the preservation mechanism, right? And that's very critical towards collecting and how it was collected. And that's a very reasonable point. One will say how it was collected, how the evidence was collected. But the time they spoke of the girl being tampered with, that was a medical examination by a local clinic. That was not a DNA testing. That was just a medical examination that she was penetrated.
Right.
They agreed that she was penetrated. Not that examination did not mean to prove that they were trying to do an analysis on the biology from her, or specimen from her with master the individual. They wanted to just find out who penetrated her. But to your point about the preservation, that's a very critical and very important aspect also. How was it collected and how was it preserved? And that's a question that we need to ask the Liberian National Police, because the police chief stated that it was transported internationally. They took the evidence outside of Liberia.
It makes no sense at all, because let me just break this down further. A DNA machine, like a common DNA machine with high output, meaning high integrity results, costs anywhere from $1,000 to $5,000. If we had this sitting in our medical facilities since 2021, the police have not learned how to use it. The fact that you have to send evidence.
Let me also say this quickly. We have technicians that can deploy this and use this machine very effectively. Yes, the problem.
Why they haven't used it?
Yeah, the problem about this case or other major cases that will come out, Fanta, is that we so peculiar that if the government were to do it through the police, the people would say we don't have confidence in the report.
Mm-hmm.
So the police chief is saying, to satisfy everybody's question, we can send this report out. We need work with the U.S. embassy to help them do these things. So the reason why they didn't do it home is that we will all come back and politicize it. No, we don't trust this report because it came from the government. So they say, okay, can we send it outside of Liberia?
But it's
that's not the reason why. That's the reason why. But we have technicians that are trained to deploy. But Peabody, you're trying
to. Yeah, it's it. Okay, and like you said, Sylvester, we didn't have the police wanted to get to the bottom of it. The police is not denying that this girl was penetrated, but they are saying that the perpetrator may be out there. There's somebody. They have that DNA. The sample they're taking from another person, but it did not match anything with Brian McGill. And I think I applaud the police for even going that far or sending that specimen to Ghana, to a lab where it was tested and all of that. I think they went for how the limited resources that our police have in that country. They could have just keep on dragging this case and stuff like that. But for the limited resources they have, and for them to get as far as sending specimen to Ghana and have it tested, I think I applaud them. And I think the evidence, I don't want to deny their evidence. If it came back,
publish it.
But I agree with you. I agree with you.
I have a police will be here tomorrow.
Tomalin, before you continue, just one thing I'm seeing here in terms of that. So the police also, for our own curiosity collectively here, the police is now only basing on this DNA scientific report, and Safa, you struck something very important. The police have even made this case ever since. The fact that the GSM company ruling out of the place at the time, footage of the CCTV said he didn't go there at the time, and then there was this narration that he was interacting on the Afat football field in Zubata and Dopoh Road. He named about 5 other individuals that he spent the entire day with, right? And they retired late in the evening, then he went home. But there are 3 very basic material evidences that the police brought out as part of the DNA results. But you see, the peculiarity of our society push the police actually to go beyond. And I want one of those critical persons also saying the police needed to do independent kind of an investigation, because this is a young, innocent girl, very little girl. I have a daughter, I have daughters, if you will. So we cannot put aside these things. But again, we have to be mindful sometimes to not just put someone repetition. And Lucky Dube will say, it take you 1 million years to build your reputation, but it takes one stupid fool to then put it in the mud just one day. So it's part of the reason I want to believe the police took some time. Now people are still doubting the police report. My question now to everybody on the platform, Tomalin, I will start with you on this. What can we do now to have some level of confidence back? Because the public confidence eroding, if not completely eroded. I don't know if I evaporated completely. What can we do as what Gongloe is saying and what Fanta is saying and everybody to believe that this report is legit, this report is real, that came out scientifically? How can we prove this? I'll come to you soon, Fanta, but how can we prove that to say this forensic report that came is something off on? How can we do it now for everybody to be okay now? Tomalin, I'll start with you quickly.
It's so good that everybody raises the concerns are legitimate, okay? But it's so good the police watching us and they confirm again that they will be here tomorrow. So we'll answer most of the questions will be answered, will be addressed. But also too, let me state clearly, I have a lot of confidence and respect in those who handle the investigation, because They are some of our best, experienced police professionals that handle this case, especially the guy who led this case, Colonel Simeon Frank. He was he graduated from the FBI Academy. He's my respect with a lot of experience. Like he said, he has no reason to compromise such a case. He don't know this guy in question. So I believe they did their best with the resources they have available to them. And tomorrow, I believe they'll be able to come in and let the Liberian people know how they arrive at the conclusion that generates, because the decision that was taken, it wasn't done by the police director alone. They are taken by the investigative team, included the general ministry and other folks too were involved. I'm sure that's how they arrived at the decision to exonerate Mr. McGill, and because it was a national case, that case you want to play with, So tomorrow, hope they'll be here tomorrow to come and help us to understand how they arrived at the decision. But I have confidence in them that handle this case, and so I believe they cross the T's and dotted the I's. The only thing now, come and show us how we arrive at it. Perhaps they'll help us tomorrow.
Dr. Peabody, the police chief is saying that the police own work, basically, the way the police went about it was evidence. It was based on evidence-based. It was driven by evidence-based and professional accountability. Evidence-based and professional accountability. The police chief emphasized that. Do you think, by a lot of chance, there was a lot of element of evidence-based and professional accountabilities in this investigation?
Well, look, public evidence, like Fanta said, that will create trust in the community. They do have evidence, as they stated. I mean, to further convince the public from having these kind of doubt about the police, I think what he needs to do, they can kind of, you don't have to publish the names and stuff like that, but you can definitely publish the evidence so the Liberian people can see. But honestly, I will give them prop on the back. I will give them kudos for the level that they went. I don't know how well the cell phone or the CCTV or the satellite help, but I think for them going the extra mile in terms of trying to establish getting to the bottom of this, I think I give the police kudos based on the very limited resources that our Liberian National Police have. I don't know how equipped is the police lab and all of that in the country, and stuff like that. So at least they were able to spend some money, send it to another laboratory, and have all those specimens and things. So I think I would say part of it, evidence based. I would say, well, I'll just say, okay, I agree with that.
Further, quickly to your point in terms of evidence collection, all those things. And the police said they got two basic responsibilities in 2-4. Protection for the public and ensuring in part of it, they said our responsibilities in 2-4 to ensure justice for victims and to guarantee fairness and due process for all persons on investigation. To ensure that we are protected and ensuring that there's fairness for everybody. It may be me tomorrow that may be accused. Maybe because being accused does not mean necessarily many are committed the act. It may be you, it may be any Liberian citizen or those that live within the confines of the Republic. What do you think, from your professional perspective, that the Liberian National Police can do in this matter to allay all the fear or suspicion of everybody around this matter?
I think transparency and accountability. Often the trust in the police is not there, not because of the fact that the public is distrustful. It is the fact that the police has been engaged in very nefarious acts and manipulating the very system to protect perpetrators. So I think they can start by.
Is it Nefera example, like one or two?
There have been endless cases where the police is either taking bribes to make things go away, or the police is not registering cases properly, or the police is demanding that the victims pay money to register the case. For example, a few weeks ago, there was a mother, I believe around somewhere in Pinsville. Her daughter went to school in the morning. Her daughter, in the evening time, back from school, the little girl was limping. I think an 8-year-old girl. This story was also in the press. She went to the police to go and report the case. The police said to her to give them $10 so that she can register the case. She said, I have $11 to my name. I only have that's all I have to my name. How am I supposed to feed? They said, well, we need to buy pen and paper to register like the case. That is public evidence. That just happened like a few weeks ago. So based on all of those incidents in where the police has not acted in the interest of the victims, they have not acted in the best interest, they have not acted or upheld the highest of standards, the highest of excellence, you can understand the public distrust. You can understand why the public will be giving the police side eye to say, yeah, we don't trust you. And then you're talking about a government official. So now this is someone with power, not only with the resources, with power. And his ability to manipulate the system you're seeing is impossible. It's not impossible. We see it every single day. And
he was suspended. He was suspended, Fanta. He was suspended.
But he was suspended. He was suspended. The other measures that could have gone into place, is that, first of all, if we had the DNA machines or any other mechanism that they were using to gather evidence, it should have been done right away. They should have taken it seriously and it should have been done right away. Let me give you an example. You talk about the CCTV. Do you understand that in this day and age, there is something as AI and editing and all of that, so those things can be manipulated. For us to just say, oh, there's CCTV and there's geolocations, right? And there's DNA, publish it. If you want to restore the public trust back in your entity, back in your institutions, be transparent, create a sense of visibility around these critical cases. When you lack that, you cannot expect the public to all of a sudden wake up and start trusting you. It doesn't happen. So the public is not erroneous for thinking that the police is fake news.
Okay.
Prove the public wrong.
Okay.
And also, just one more thing. Just one more thing I'd like to add. And maybe this is not on the police, but it's also based on the evidence that the police provides to the justice system. Can you imagine in our country, 98% of rape cases do not get convicted. Of the 100%, only 2% sees conviction rate. So we have to ask ourselves, where is the gap? Is it in the collection of the evidence, the collection of that data, the preservation of that data? How does it get transferred to the temple of justice, to where 98% of perpetrators, of predators, of pedophiles gets to walk free? You have to understand the public outrage. And I don't know why the system, why the government, why governmental institutions are not taking this as seriously. I don't doubt that there are some very good people in the police who are very serious about doing real work. Start by being transparent. Start by really eliminating, right? Eliminating those bad apples. So if you're truly serious about what you're doing and you're actually doing serious police work, get rid of the bad police. What are you doing? They just increased the budget for security. So what's the excuse?
Well, Fanta, you just talk about conviction rate.
Yeah.
That but the police is not the one that
I clearly said. You didn't listen to that part, because I clearly said I don't know why that is. Is it in the collection of the data and how the police transfers that data to the justice system?
I think it could be the justice system. I think the justice system is very flawed. The justice system is damn corrupt, if I would say it. You know, they have the justice system is just damn corrupt. So I mean,
who is it?
Yep, that Peabody, that may be the case. But again, if I can go to Safa quickly on that one, and that's part of the reason why the police chief, this current police, and I will hail him of the police for that. And Fanta, that's the point that and we've been trying to push it time to time and again, that the reason why 2% will go to the litigation process and found guilty, and the rest of the 98%, and because we rush to just charge people to court. And that's part of the reason why this new police chief is saying, hey, no, we would not be over the sentimental if the people were to cry, oh, this and that is rape. We understand it's a grave offense. But can we take some time in gathering evidence and other things? I will highlight, before I go to Safai here quickly, I will highlight this point from, he was trying to push something here from, where is it? Okay, from, I think it's Magnus Casse. I don't know, I'm getting the name right.
Yeah,
I'll
that's
highlight what he's saying here. And this is very important that we highlight his point. I don't know, is he or she. I'm sorry if I missed. Okay, I'm to highlight his point here. He said it would be good for the evidence to be reviewed with the counsel in private because public disclosure of investigative methodology could compromise future investigation. Yeah, myself learning this criminal justice thing and I'm saying I do agree with him very, very clearly on this one. But I will come back quick to you, Safa. Do you agree with Mr. Casse on what he's saying? He's saying some critical evidence-based thing here. He's been pushing on during the talking areas here. Do you agree with him basically that what Councillor Gongloe is saying now, that the police should come and publish, it should be done with the counsel of this girl and the parents, because the law is also protecting her as a victim. Mm-hmm. It is in the law. The law is protecting her. She's a victim already. We have to protect her identity. Do you agree? Yes, she's a child. Yes. Do you agree with what Mr. Casse is saying, that we have to do this in prior with the counsel of the family?
Mm-hmm. No.
Before reviewing these methodologies, I will come back to Ifanta Sefa quickly.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, because you don't want to compromise. I mean, the police don't want to compromise their processes that they use, their processes and methods that they use to extract evidence. But you know, when this whole thing started, I think we're on the show one time and I said the female lawyers, you know, I mean, they kind of let this get down, because if you notice, sometimes when there's a high profile incident, what to do, the victim and the defendant entitled to his counsel, the victim will retain a lawyer, even though that's a criminal matter. But the victim family will retain a lawyer to make sure that the investigation process go through adequately and thoroughly. You know what I mean? Because if that girl, if the victim family had a lawyer from day one, all those inquiries from Councillor Gongloe won't be needed now, because they would have been there for every move the police make to make sure the police is in line with the law. Because you want to make sure your victim, your client get full justice, because victim lawyer is not going to prosecute the case. You want to make sure the police is doing the work to make sure that the client get justice, the investigation, the geolocation. So even if you say the police say we got CCTV, the victim lawyer can say that system is not. That system is not. It's not what we to use. That system is compromised. That system can be edited by any time. There's no internal control for that system. So then the police will have to prove to the victim lawyer that this system has internal control based on that lawyer inquiry, or the victim lawyer say you cannot use that as evidence, you know, to convict or to release Mr. McGill of this crime, because this system is compromised. But none of those questions were asked during the evidence gathering stage. I think there was one meeting. Women went to the police headquarters yard with all the lawyers, one day meeting, and that was the end of it. So now we're going to live with what the police get. I'm not going to question the police to say, you know, the evidence gathering with this, because if I question them, I mean, they have some motive. I can't establish no motive of them compromising the case. But when we have these high profile cases, lawyers in Liberia, advocates, human rights lawyers, you stand up with these victims, make sure the police does the proper investigation. You know, so if the police does the proper investigation and Mr. McGill is free, he's free. Then somebody else did it, the police is an open case, they can continue to follow it. But none of that was done before. The police was working on their own, and we were all at the mercy of the police waiting to get information from the police. So the information they gave us, we have to live with it now. Yeah.
Okay, Father, quickly, we will be closing on this and move to the next talking point. So do you also agree in this line that we love to politicize these things from a party perspective, if you will, in Liberia? These kind of cases can normally, we allow the sentiments of the politics to take the material-based investigative procedure that we ought to deploy. Like you say, when these things happen, we then jump to conclusion that the person is guilty, right? And just push the conclusion. Then we expect the outcome of the police investigation to coming in line with our thought processes, if you will. Do you think we have to allow the authority to conduct, when I mean authority, to allow authority, we the people outside of the security realm, to allow those security institutions, particularly the Liberia National Police, to always conduct in a more impartial way before we come up with a conclusion to say, hey, this person is this, the person is this. Because before, I know this for a fact, before this conclusion now, at the end of this story, we all came out with different lines. Oh, the man's guilty, he committed it. The girl will not allow the man. So that way in Liberia, right? So do you think it's about time that we allow the investigators to take the line and do it? And how can we allow them to do, and what we should expect of them to, we the people are allowing them to conduct their affairs, and what should we expect from them in return?
So that was a pregnant question, but I'll start with what I understand. First, I disagree with the commenter. I think in highly publicized cases, such as these, you already have the public engaged at a level, at a very deep level, and therefore, because there is no previous trust, because trust has been eroded based on some of the examples that I provided in the police do have to regain the public trust. And so when you have a case that is publicized as such, you do have to allow some level of visibility and transparency into your process so the public can say, look, we saw it, and from here on out, this is what our perspective is going to be. Now, you're always going to have, right, certain people who are going to reserve their initial perspective, and they're entitled to that. But I think the police has a responsibility here to restore some type of trust in the public based on their past actions that have been demonstrated. You cannot blame the public for not having the level of trust that they do in the police. Now, how do they go about doing that? They have to clean house. They have to clean house, and they have to make the Liberian people know that they are working and operating on behalf of the Liberian people and not on behalf of the government. Not to politicize this. I am a Liberian first and foremost, and when I speak for the people of Liberia. I represent the voice of the voiceless, those who are impoverished and marginalized. So I don't really care about politics when it comes to this. The bottom line is that if someone accuses your house of being rotten, you have to take out the trash. Take out the trash to restore a level of refreshment to your home. If you claim that you should be allowed to investigate in an unbiased manner, then put those mechanisms in place. If you say you're going to do DNA, actually do the training and establish a state-of-the-art DNA lab right here at home. The fact that you will be allocated millions of dollars in your budget and you refuse to invest in technologically advanced equipment that can create the level of efficiency and trust, and even help you restore the trust in your entity. You failed to do that. So on what basis should the public restore that trust in your entity, in your institution, when you yourself have not taken any measures to do such? Year after year, we see your budget increase. What are you doing with the funding? Where are you investing it? And at the end of the day, what is your real motive? Is it the protection of the Liberian people? Or is the alignment with governmental officials, as you have done in the past? So your past action is what the people are looking at to say, look, we don't trust you. Number one. Number two, it's not rocket science. It's very simple. You should set an SLA, a service level agreement between you, the police, and the Liberian people. Based on certain cases, this is the time it's going to take for us to resolve it. We have, if you're going to gather things like CCTV, geolocation data, DNA, you have the telecommunication agencies right at home. They're right at your doorstep. Today, within seconds, you can track someone's location. Why should it take you 6 months? Actually go to the training, learn how to use the DNA machines that you have, and create some visibility around that and actually use them here at home and build trust around that. Number three, you talk about CCTV. If this crime happened at the ministry or wherever like it happened, it's very easy to decipher if he was there or if he was not there. If you're saying he's not there, once again, publish it. So I don't agree with the commenter for those reasons. Until you can work in a transparent manner, you don't expect the public to trust you. Period.
Okay. Thank you. We'll now move on quickly. The people that will start with you on this one.
Oh, just one more thing. Sorry, just one more thing like to add. You talk about public trust. Some of these rape cases have involved police people. Like the case not too long ago of a young girl who went to the police station. I believe it was Zone 9. Went to the police station because another grown-ass man who does not respect himself with all types of grays in areas I'm not going to name here, wanted to rape her. So she went to the police. She went to the police for protection. The police there, I think his name was Wesley or something like that. What did he do? He showed her pornography on his phone and then forced himself upon her and raped her. That was a policeman. You won the public trust? Stop raping our children. How about that? How about that?
Thank you. And quickly, if I were to speak to that, because we followed that, I think the police moved swiftly into that case and then disrobe this guy. They did not dishonorably disrobing and charging to court. Look, listen. So sometimes in every institution you have the bar up or phantasm in some cases, but I agree that we ought to do some things to allow the police, and I agree that the public got some serious trust problem with the police, with law enforcement in Liberia. That's a general situation. How can we move to close that gap? It's very important that we have to deploy some strategic roadmap as to how we can reduce and close it up to start to regain public confidence in law enforcement in the country. That's a very serious matter. When that matter unfolded at the time, the police moved swiftly, disrobe him and then charge him to court. But we're going to move to the people that will start with you on this one. The LIMO, that's a civil society organization that is evolved into a partnership of democracy, democratic development in Liberia and other things. They do track most of the developmental situation of government moving forward, past and current, and we continue to do moving forward. They said out of the United Party, the arrest agenda, the IED, the United Party promised had about 378 basic commitments to be made to the Liberian people. And out of that, this just any year about 2 weeks from the second year anniversary, where the president will be giving his State of the Nation. No, not even 2 weeks. I think, yes, a week from now, there will be 2 years. And Limo is coming out with a statement that the United Party only successfully implemented 3 of the 378 promises they put up to the Liberian people. Where are we headed? Is this a dangerous sign for the United Party entering year 3?
Firstly, I want to verify how credible is this organization?
No, they've been a very credible independent civil society group that then passes off. They track this project. They track this project. For instance, if you're to come out and say, I want to build a school for school-going children in Cape County, or in Bombay, or in Bapolo or Lofa, they want to see if you did one. If you say I want to do 5, they would track. If you did 1, they would say, okay, Peabody did 1 of the 5 and 4 outstanding, and they want to see the timeline moving on to that. So they've been doing some very
so that NGO that are recognized in Liberia.
Yeah, it's a
pro recognize them though.
It's a pro because organization. And we have some U.S. institutions that have been sponsoring them for the democratic work they're doing, and the NDI and other things supported them. So firstly, they are credible, actually.
Once I can establish that credibility, what I think is, I mean, the records are there, of this government performance. The records are there. Have they lived up to everything they promised they would do in the last 2 years? No. I tend to agree with what they are saying, because the government have not reached out to not even 10% of what they promised the Liberian people. We see the roads they're still struggling to get yellow machine in 2 years. They're still struggling to bring yellow machine to Liberia, and I believe the machine finally came, or it's not there yet. We see electricity, we see it's almost everything, So yeah, I don't know whether it's just 2% of what the premise. There are some other areas that we can give the government kudos on, but overall, yes, they have not really lived up to the expectation of what the premise of Liberian people. They have not lived up to that, and I think that is not working. But it's been 2 years now, and we haven't really seen a lot going on in this government. The healthcare is still broken. We still have a very broken healthcare system. We still have a very poor judicial system. That is evidence of the speaker for the Tikofa case. You still have education system. Go to the University of Liberia. Buildings are still dilapidated. The other day, people showed classroom where almost everything was torn apart in the classroom for the nation biggest university. We saw students go on strike. We saw the president. They're giving her probably 75 or 60% of what she asked them for to build that university. So really, education, primary education, all of that, all over the country, So really, the government have not really lived up to all they have promised the Liberian people. I tend to believe that. That's why.
Thank you, Father. You think the United Party should be worried with the kind of report coming out on entering year 3? Almost half time we going. 6 years term we elected them for, and now this one report coming out that most of their commitment they're far behind whatsoever. You think they should be concerned about 2029?
The incapacitation of the Unity Party just really baffles me. They operate as complete buffoons, and you would think that these are people who have never engaged with any type of administrative process, not even on a community level, because it's so simple to just do a simple Excel sheet. If you say I'm going to do A, you on line 1, column A, you put this is what I'm going to do. When you're going to do it, you're able to track that I'm going to deliver it within 1 month. You track it and you check it off the list. The fact that they have demonstrated nothing but sheer incompetence means that the people should have absolutely no faith in them come 2029. And I don't see them standing a chance. There's a lot of noise being made. You see a lot of travels happening. You see a lot of very surface accomplishments, or what they're calling accomplishments, and no real teeth, right? No real teeth, no real meat that truly you can point to as improving the welfare of the Liberian people. Where is it? How have you improved? As Peabody was mentioning, the schools, right? How have you improved those infrastructures? How have you improved our education system, our healthcare system? Women are still giving birth on the road. For heaven's sake, it's 2020. We're in the 20th century. How is it that our health facility is still so dilapidated? Our systems are still such that the people cannot get the level of care that they truly deserve. And these people voted you, stood in rain, sun, and voted you. And your promise to them was rescue. If this is what rescue looks like, I don't know what who in that camp came up with that definition. Because what we are seeing is just the status quo, business as usual. We're going to make a bunch of promises that we have no basis or we have no intention on keeping because the people are fools. They really think the Liberian people are stupid. You're talking about two plus years in, and 3 out of the 300 plus. What is that? 1%? Is that 1% or less than 1%? Because 300
that would be 0.8%.
Thank you. I see you are better at math than I am. Because I was gonna say 378, 0.8. You're absolutely right. 0.8. We have to quantify these things, because that's the only way we can put it into perspective. You're supposed to be at this time, your burn rate should be at least 45%. If you're not familiar with burn rate, as I mentioned, if I have 100% of something to do in year 1, I have 6 years to complete those things. If I'm at 2.5 years, my burn rate, it's about what? 40%-ish, 40+%, right? Because year 3 is going to be 50% and you're at 0.08%. Yet you've increased the budget to 1.2 billion. And in that budget, what the allocations that you truly care about is increase in your salary. You're building a presidential palace. Where are the roads for the people? Where is the free healthcare that the Liberian people truly deserve? We are 5 million people. It's not like we're 50 million. That's a blessing for any administrator not to understand how to stretch the resources to reach 5 million people. Every person in Liberia should be a millionaire. From the oil under our shores to the rubber and iron ore and gold and diamonds, shall I continue? How is it that we have timber, but our timber are only good for export? They are not good enough to make benches for our school children to sit on. How much does it cost to make a bench? We have all these carpenters. You think they're incapable of making benches for the children to sit on? Our school children are still sitting on cinder blocks today.
But one would say also the other benches we have in our schools produced right in Liberia from the timbers.
Produced right in Liberia, employ the youth to do that. The unemployment is still approaching 60-70%. Why can we not think this way? Because only if you're incapacitated, you do not have creative thinking, or you don't understand what it means to plan strategically. You just wake up in the morning and, oh, it's Monday. It's time to fly by the seat of our pants. So we're flying by the seat of our pants Monday. Where is the accountability? A system without accountability is a system that is designed and meant to fail. There will be there will be no sustainability because nothing is strategically planned. And even if they put pen to paper, there are borrowed ideas. They are not organic, therefore they don't know how to implement them. Where is the responsibility to the people? Where is that responsibility? You have justice systems that are just put in place to serve the elites and the select few. You have high-level government officials raping and sodomizing the most vulnerable people in society today, and they go scot-free. They should really be castrated. These people should be publicly castrated. And if anyone dare comes down my throat about me saying that people who sodomize, these satanic, sadistic pedophiles who sodomize boys and rape girls, that chemical or surgical castration publicly is too harsh of a crime. It's against human rights and it's international law. There are almost 9 states in the great United States who have enacted castration laws today for crimes against children under 18. In the US, there are countries in Europe who today have enacted castration laws. How is it that we're supposed to have to regain the trust of the people when you do not serve them, when you show them time and time again, we don't care about your grievances? How? We intellectualize everything and use all these big words when it comes to solving everyday problems for the welfare of the 95% of our population. So the Unity Party has failed and failed miserably in every single sector. This is not rocket science. Just be practical. Forget elaborate solutions. They do not help you. They do not serve anybody. What the people need is simple, practical solutions that can deliver immediate impact and relief to the everyday burden that they are experiencing. You clearly don't know how to do that. So come around 2029, we will be expecting you to vacate that seat and let a competent person sit in there and truly deliver the services that the Liberian people truly deserves.
Thank you. Stefa, you've been around for some time now, and you do understand the Liberian politics very well. Government will come, government will go, basically. And if you were to see now, it's different from the the 2-week party days where there was a one-party rule. It was clear that they were always on it. But ever since we entered our new political dispensation, since 2005, the elections, will you be, if you're one of those statisticians behind the United Party election program and all of that, will you be worried to see these things unfolding at this critical time?
Yep, you should be worried because, so like you say, it's been 20 years since we started this new political dispensation.
Yes.
So when in 2006, when Madam Sadiq came in, I mean, everything was on the floor. So she had to do a lot of soft, heavy lifting. We had to rebuild institutions. We had to pass new laws. So we spent, going from HIPIC, poverty reduction. So there were a lot of soft accomplishment, and those things were necessary to lay the foundation for the country to take off. Then her second term came. We know all what happened, Ebola and all the other noise that came. Then President Weah came, 6 years. Now we have President Barker's government. So during the campaign, they came with rescue. Rescue is a campaign slogan. So you take your campaign slogan, you turn it to policy, and you look at your policy and look at existing laws that we have on the book. How can we accomplish these things with these existing laws? Are there any laws that need to be amended? Do we need to have new laws? Then you read these laws, you tie your agenda item to revenue, because everything needs money. But structurally, we haven't changed anything. We just changed government. Our budget operates structurally the same way since we started from 500 million and it's continuing to go up. So I don't know how you're going to accomplish these things when you haven't done anything structurally to change the environment. Because when you come in, you're in charge of the country. You got all these lofty lists of things to accomplish. So you want to tell us that our current dispensation allows you to accomplish these things? If it does, then why is it that we are not moving? If it doesn't, then things need to be done in order to accommodate your agenda. But we haven't seen that yet. We just see we pass budget, we pass concession agreement, we pass budget, we pass concession agreement. Structurally, the budget doesn't really serve the country. All the budget does, it keeps the government running, and the government just run on a recurring expenditure and payroll. How much percent of the budget goes toward capital investment? So it's going to be difficult to accomplish a lot of things that they lay out to accomplish. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, I don't know if Myean Yaran. I don't know if Myean. I wanted Myean to play something. I don't know. I was still trying to send it to play something for us. And for that, there's this debate. I think Myean going to play. We played this at the beginning of the show, and we have another version of it from Representative. I think Myean Dix or so. But there's this growing issue again in the House of Representatives. There was a lot of noise last year in the very house also. It kept us running for some time, and we receiving some news as a plan from certain lawmakers that are planning to also dethrone the current speaker. But I wanted Myean to play. I've seen Myean's not around, but Peabody, I will start with you on this one. And we don't hear this kind of a noise always in the Liberian Senate. I know there may be some problem, but we really don't hear it, but always in the House. What do you think is the reason behind these lawmakers always not focusing on their statutory responsibility, like Article 34 is giving them, but always on this issue about removal, this noise about this and that? Why do you think it's a problem?
Look, Sylvester, what the parable says, the fish get rotten from the head. If you have a faulty leader, then you have a mess up legislature. The speaker is, he's a regime created speaker, and his aim. We saw how budget was passed in the House. They didn't even take time to deliberate. They just went ahead. They didn't do any due diligence. They just went ahead only because they had millions of dollars. The speaker has more than $1 million budget to do what? We don't know. You see, the people, they are more concerned about becoming on different committees that will give them extra money to put in the pocket. They are not there to represent the people. The speaker, the deputy speaker, he's all over the place jumping from one place to another, from one party to another, and so it's all money making. They are in there to make money. They are not there to really do oversight. They are not there to make laws, to make things that will help the Liberian people, review this budget, review the concession agreement that will really bring relief to the Liberian people. But it's all about money making. You saw how they distributed almost $600,000 to each of them to remove Fofana Kofa, when this money could have gone into a JFK and built a whole wall at JFK. That money could have brought in the much needed DNA machine that could have trained almost 100 more people to be able to operate those machines. But they don't care. And you have a very, very corrupt speaker who is just there to answer yes and to get his money, and that's it. You know, you saw his involvement in all this unethical behavior, moral, bad moral character, you know, and all kinds of stuff happening. Marrying his sister to all those kind of stuff. So it's the problem is from the head. If you had a good leader, you know, when Fofana Kofa took over, his goal was to audit that house. And what happened because of his proposal to audit the house, he was removed. You know, you got some great people in that place. You got Chairman Musa Ability, who is working. He's ensuring that there'll be a check and balance here. You got Chairman Ability. You got one or two other people there who are really serious about moving this forward. But then you have a speaker who has become so dormant and incompetent and cannot lead. So what happened? In the absence of a credible leader, you know what? The people all will take to the street and misbehave. So, and that's what we're seeing in there today. You know, that they are fighting to remove him. Maybe it could bring some good result if they remove him. Maybe they will put somebody else there who will be willing to move forward. But we are saying since Richard Kuhn took over, it has there been drama, and the leadership kind of support him. You know, they supported him. Even when the Supreme Court said, hey, this is wrong, what did it say? The Justice Minister came and said he's trying to interpret Supreme Court ruling. The President of the Republic of Liberia stood up there and said, hey, we got to look at this, we got to review this other one after the Supreme Court rule. So that's what the executive want. They want a speaker that they can poke by the head and then get the aim accomplished. And that's why we're seeing nothing done. Kudos to guys like Musa Ability and a few of them who are already standing the ground. But really, that's the problem, Sylvester.
Okay. Before we can go to Fanta quickly here, Myean, please, you start with the video from Representative Anthony Williams, because there's too much of noise. I think it's part of the Representative Anthony Williams. Then we go to Representative Myean Bridge there. So go ahead, Myean.
Well, what is the big news?
The big news in the corridor. Are you planning to remove the speaker?
But this is not a speaker house.
Are you one of those?
This place is not a speaker office. It's not a personal property. It's not anybody's personal property. Anybody who falls below the belt in terms of legislative proceedings or requirement, obviously it behooves the members to ask you to step aside.
Do you want the speaker
I'm saying to you now, if you perform below the belt, it behooves the members to say step aside.
Is the speaker performing below the belt?
No, he's performing.
Okay, so he's performing.
No, I don't want it. I don't want him out. I'm saying he's performing until it is proven beyond all reasonable doubt that that speaker has done this, that required for us to remove him. Obviously, when we remove him,
who are asking for the speaker to recuse himself? What message?
Well, those who want the speaker to recuse himself, they are the burden of and approve lies on the accusers. So those who accuse the speaker to relinquish whatsoever position, those individuals have their justification. But I am saying, as we speak, the speaker still enjoy the confidence of some of us.
Thank you so much.
Come again?
If you find reason to remove him,
obviously I remove and I go back, remove Bob Steamers and I keep why not just remove
Is that a resolution?
No, there's no resolution.
Myean, can you play the last one before we move on? Then we'll go through the Fanta. So the men are speaker removal, man. Removing all the speakers.
The men are speaker killer.
Yeah.
I think
is mentioned. You can control the floor and get a vote. You can do such a thing with yeah and nay. Again, let me be on the record for that. Not because you just you can control the floor and do that. But you can do this and embarrassing us. How can you have everyone portion and you got all of them portion and it's not dependent and you say yeah and nay? That's why you just need to do the right thing. I will not go nowhere because I'm not talking the wrong thing. That will drive me all here today. I will not get it. If you can't tell me, I'll kick you. No, I will talk the thing that is right. That is why when you go, the right thing must be done. The right thing, no, you can't remember. You must follow the thing, the wrong thing will not be done. You will not tolerate it. I want to let you go and then you can. I don't go to you to national parliament to come and say the KIB. There's no one who come and open the mouth to me. What punish me? Stay a committee then. When you say plenty for me, I will not die. Take care, you fella. You can tell all your committee, I will stand up. I'm fully saying to you. I will pass for there. Let me be on the record. Last time I will. Listen now. I'll tell some of my opinion. You want to ask for what?
Thank you, Myean. And for the base of information, quickly, that's Representative Myean Briggs there from Bon County. And this is quite unfortunate and sad. And you listen, someone is trying to represent that she's saying if you want to take the committee to the committee. We'll take you from the Google committee. I will still survive. Yeah, from the Bible survive. I will do this. When it comes to this critical thing, and I agree with you, fat down the point that transparency is very vital for the country for our march. And then at the end, there you have someone motion for executive, meaning they won't go now and discuss the society way. And the nay and ye thing is not good for the country. We ought to get the legislative journal to say who's doing what, who's voting. We see these things happen in the advanced community, and that's why they're doing good for their people. And the reason why I played this, I wanted to give us the information so we can discuss some of these things about transfer. Where's the country headed? Because that's the very important institution that ought to rectify most of our big contractor concessions, create law for the country, and you see the kind of a thing happening. Fata, I'll give you the time to go ahead, please.
First, I will comment on the debacle that has surrounded the speaker. It is morally reprehensible to have someone occupy such a seat in our legislative and pretty much at every chance gamble away our country is quite despicable. And I really hope my message activates the people of Liberia to truly stand up and hold their lawmakers accountable. Because that one cup of rice they're giving you, that one t-shirt they're giving you to buy your silence is costing you your entire life and the livelihoods of your family and your future. The fact that you allow these people who at one point did not even have slippers on their feet riding pimping as you do today, they're riding the most expensive cars and building fences that you can't even look over in their air-conditioned house while you live in your zinc shop, don't even know where your next meal is coming from, and you allow such atrocity, really it's what it is, to continue without holding them accountable or speaking out against it, means that we also have some level of responsibility. And I really, really, really am hoping that my message truly activate the Liberian people, especially the youth, because it is evident that when you have people who rely on their societal connections, I mean, you heard them in the back, we're not going to give you like this committee, because that's what they do. They collude when it comes to their own interests, completely abandoning that of the people and the very reason why they were elected to those seats. And this is why, like I said the last time, and I think it was one of you who pushed back harshly. If we're going to abolish right? The Poro Society, the Sande Society, we should abolish the Freemasons, because most of these people, the reason why they operate the way they do is because they're Freemasons. And they feel the Freemasons is the queen one, right? Is the elite society. And the Poro and the Sande is the country one, is for the country people. Look, at the end of the day, we cannot uphold our allegiance to the various societies that you are a part of as an adult or whatever over the interests of the Liberian people. And the fact that the majority of the legislators sit there and time again, concessions are passed, laws are passed, policies are passed without them vehemently coming out and speaking to the people and being on the record, standing up against it. It also means that they too are culpable. So while I applaud the representative there, we ought to see more of that, because if we see more outrage like that, then those who are at the top threatening not to put her on said committee or this committee will understand that they do not have the power, they do not have the majority, and they would not be acting in such manners. But if only one person speaks up, or only two persons speaks up, we're talking about legislation, like the House of Legislative has how many representatives? 72, 70 something?
73.
73. 73 people, 73 grown people sit there, and only one or two people can disagree when the rest of the House are making decisions that's disadvantageous to the welfare and well-being of the people? I mean, where are we? What age are we in? It can't be that we're still in caveman era. We're in 2025 and we're talking about democracy. And once again, we only know how to purport these words when it comes to serving the interests of those who are at the top. This is despicable. It makes no sense at all. And I really wish that the rest of the lawmakers will visibly express their discontent for such actions and hold their fellow lawmakers accountable. It's one thing if you sit in the House and you disagree with it and you're on record for that. The public doesn't know that. If you need to do daily public briefing, video, like on video, do that. There are a lot of technology tools today that you can leverage. Go on Instagram Live, go on YouTube Live, go on Facebook Live. Who's going to stop you? The public needs to hold these people accountable. And the feel-good apples that are among the rest of the rotten apples needs to start speaking up.
Okay. Safa, you listen to the both videos, if you will. From the whole thing coming about this noise we're hearing about the planned removal of the speaker, and that of the debate of Mama Bridge that's talking about there's something time when they're discussing some major issues. They want to slap it up in the line of just going to yay, nay. And when the speaker ready to take the kind of talk, they say, and the year said, well, now the year can just be 2%. Then they say, pass. That law is gone. Then 2% say, yay. Then the speaker knock the gavel, boom. You expect that to be an instrument of law that we move on the country. You think that's the way we should be moving at this period and still having lawmakers passing major instrument that we're going to use as a means of the country moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, it's so disappointing. But before I start, so we all can agree that Anthony Williams is the self-declared speaker remover.
Yeah, he is.
That's laughable. Like,
yeah. So, but these people, what they say, the three cardinal responsibilities about lawmaking, oversight, representation. These are the three things we judge you on. We judge you on your vote. So if you're doing yay or nay, how do I know what you voted for?
Exactly.
And then what's disappointing, the people that sit in the chair, the lawmaker, when they say yay, somebody be yelling yay. I mean, they should have standing rules in the House on how to pass bills. You can pass crucial bill on yay or nay.
No.
And then some of the lawmakers, you need to challenge the court. If you have your rules on your book, that people stand up and be counted on these laws when they're being passed. And if they pass you a yay or nay, take it to the Supreme Court so get rid of prohibition, and then let the speaker bring his one a vote tally there. So I will see how he can bring a vote a year and their vote tally when they go to conference. But I get sick and tired of seeing lawmakers just screaming, because you have the right to do a lot of stuff other than screaming. And they are not taking it. No. Okay, Fanta, I'm not somebody who just complain on the system. I challenge the system. Let the system be on record to say that year or nay was right. You know what I mean? But until you don't challenge the system, I will not complain about the system. So when I hear these lawmakers screaming and shouting, I like, guys, give me a break. Give me a break. Because, and one thing they say, the House of Representatives is a clear representation of the population.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
the people calling the people deputies.
That the people house. That's the people house. So a Representative Briggs Mensa felt that was wrong. And they do a year and there, she stay quiet and she walk out of there. She go to a lawyer and they file a real prohibition for that particular event, and they will be called because the Constitution gave them the right to write their own rules. So they have internal rules on how they govern themselves. Mm-hmm. So let's see if that thing fall within the rules. If you violate your own rules, it nullify everything that you did. But they don't do it. So she scream and shout. Then somebody say, "Oh, the pass a motion to go to the executive, right?" Who know what they talk after the camera went off? Yeah, it's done. Yeah. It's gonna it will happen on Thursday again. It'll be another year or nay, and then it will whoa. And so at the end of the day, the country got to live with it, And honestly, this speaker has been an embarrassment. He has shown terrible leadership skill. He's confrontational. From the day the guy took over the place, it's just every time they go in session, it's chaos. I've not seen a peaceful day in that place. I mean, they either putting somebody out or people walking up to the chair and screaming and shouting. I don't know what to do. I mean, committee hearing, you don't see committee hearings. We just see stuff just come and pass and go 5G, 10G. I don't know what they're doing. Honestly, I don't know what they're doing.
Yeah, and that is part of the problem. And that's part of the national conundrum Fofana was solving. So
yeah, and people just to say something. I'm sorry. Every time it's easier to blame the president. These people have enormous power to shape the future of the country. They have enormous power. So the problem in the country is not the executive mansion. The problem in the country is that building opposite the executive mansion.
I also I disagree with that because when the fish head is rotten, look, the president sets the precedence. He sets the precedence, and that's important. We can't dismiss that, right?
No, but Fatah will say that, and that's why the Constitution said check and balance. So if those people were to check the presidency, things will move right.
They'll move right.
So let's say Fatah, the president is appointing someone that is incompetent to the Minister of Finance, Minister of Public Work, or Minister of Health. And those folks stand their ground and say, no, this man is incompetent. Pewee is incompetent. He cannot be a good foreign minister. Mm-hmm. And they reject me. What am I going to do? You see, and it's going to push the president. The next person going to be appointing the other to show that person is. So if he's right about that, if the first branch really want to play her roles as per the Constitution and checkmate the executive, things will go very right.
Yeah, they do have a responsibility to that, right? The precedent that has been set is that if you go against us, this is what happens. And there should be more people, that's what I'm saying. There should be more people in the House that have high moral standards. Unfortunately, that is not the case, right? Because they're going to threaten them with committee appointments. They're going to threaten them with the brown envelopes, right? To pass their ridiculous concessions. Right, and they too should be more principled to say no. Take your brown paper bag, take your committee and shove it somewhere. But I'm going to stand for the people. But because they're also greedy, they don't do that. So when the president is set largely, they often just fall in line like sheeps.
Yeah, but just a bit too. This is our political history that we haven't deviated from. Even though we say we got multi-party democracy. From 1847 to 1980, it was a one-party state, so there was not opposition party in the House or the Senate. You know what I mean, Pewee? Mm-hmm. These people sat there, they talk among themselves, they laugh and talk, and they pass bill, and the country live with it. We came to multi-party democracy. We got opposition party, ruling party. That's just in name, but operationally,
It doesn't happen in that branch of government, and so that's why hampering the development of the country. It's not hampering our democracy because we vote them free and fair. But when it comes to the operational part of that job, there's nothing called opposition and ruling. These are guys that are just part of the same club. They get high five, they put on their theatrics, and we just, it's done.
Absolutely. And if you saw what happened there today, she was more that theatrical way she was behaving, other things. At the end of the day, they will solve it. They will go. The committee still far out and threatening. No, this man. That's it. But the problem here is that the reason why you see most of our guys will go for the brown, as you said, the brown envelope, this and that is. I've done some personal research on this, and the turnover rating again in 2029, you're going to see what's going to happen. I would say it here, you're going to have more than 85% of those lawmakers will be booted out in 2029. And now, the few that will get re-elected will be the one that will be brave, that got some serious money now, and they will pump a lot of money in the system. They will truck people in their constituents that will allow them to get elected. And then we're going to bring new set of people. And unfortunately, most of those people we will bring in again, that's the chemistry, that's the mindset of the voters also. In the voter, we have to change that perspective. The new set of people we're going to bring, some of them are going to do a lot of things, they will hustle money, they will get elected, and most of them come in where they're very broke. They have spent a lot of money, so they believe there's the era to go get their money back and make profit. So to your point there, man, the reason why they will consider the envelope and see these things and don't act on behalf of the country, that's it. I've spent this, so we got to get it. And you see, if you listen to what Anthony, we don't remove speaker on the ideological basis. No, not on the fundamental ground that this person does not believe in major policy decisions that have to shape the decision of the country. We do this on the basis of what Liberian call, or Englishmen will call, personal aggrandizement to benefit myself. So sometime will come. There was a time you will get to point in the place. They will say, well, man, there will be somebody that will go from office to office dropping this check or envelopes. This deal have to go through. So nobody's going to see the law and say, we're going to go through it. If there's a concession issue about maybe 50 pages, no one care to read. They just want to go see the first, say, oh, Mr. Speaker, then someone is pushing a motion that they have not read the detail of that document. Imagine, I move, Mr. Speaker, that this thing, then you hear second. Then you hear boom, boom, the Speaker knock the gavel. That's a law.
Well, like if you had, right, and this is why we have to really consider the head of the fish. The head of the fish is rotten. The rest of the fish is going to be rotten. Those brown envelopes do not come from the House of Legislative. Those brown envelopes comes from the executive.
And you read about that.
Right. So if you're incentivizing people to engage in bad behavior, it's you. You're the ones. You put the one writing the check. You think this is going to pass in Burkina Faso with Ibrahim Traoré? Is it that there is just this huge generational gap with the people who we elect to serve us and the actual population? You have 80% of the population. The median age is what? I think 18. The median age for Liberia is 18. The ages of the people in the House of Representatives, the House of Senate, and the president are more than likely above 50, 60, 70, 80. So is it that we have a gerontocracy and we're calling it or masking it as democracy? Because it's not a democracy. And it's about the old guards. It's about maintaining the old systems. It's about robbing the palms. That's what it is. So I think until we have leadership that reflects the actual population that they should be serving, we're going to see this same old mentality, because most of those people are heavily attached and heavily married to slave mentality. That's what it is. They are sheeps. They do not know how to veer from the pack. And the fear that when I veer, my livelihood is at risk. Well, if your only chance of survival is being elected to the House of Representatives, then you are incompetent. If you have nothing else to show, if you have nothing else to show as a human being, no other accomplishments. But you will kill, steal, and rob to sit in those seats. You are evil, because anything that you do, any policies, any laws that you're engaged in would not be for the benefit of the people, even if it means sacrificing the very people you swore to protect. You think Ibrahim Traoré will have such a president? Burkina Faso is 10 times bigger than Liberia. Maybe not 10 times, but much bigger than Liberia. Every single way. Why does it not happen in other African countries? Why is only African countries that have grandpa leading as leaders? This gerontocratic mindset. These people are past retirement age. They need to go retire on their farms and allow the youth to actually lead. And I'm not just saying elect a youth for the sake of electing a youth, but a youth that actually understands the type of challenges that this digital age faces. 80% of our population are not being represented. That should scare us. And the people who have been elected to those seats care for nothing but their guts, knowing that they are going to die, because that's how they operate. They act like, oh, when I get to this committee seat and I acquire all this wealth and I build my high fence, I'm going to live forever. No, you're going to die. We're all going to die.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Peabody, quickly here, do we now move from the moral standing in terms of our political issue moving forward? Is it that we have now to start electing, the electors will have to now change pattern, if you will, to say we will now start to elect people of moral high standing with impeccable moral character and people that are somehow well-to-do, right? So that they will maybe change the face of the politics moving on. Should Liberians now begin to think that way in terms of our voting pattern, to vote for people that got the moral standing to one, and people that are somehow well-to-do that won't see these things? And then, because if you have a house that is independent, one is saying the beginning of the transformation of the country is to have a very balanced and independent house, that people would not just, they would seek to protect the interests of the people. You think that would be the beginning of the transformation of Liberia?
Well, how can you have that and you don't have voter education?
What I was trying to say, let me put it this way. I was trying to say, should we now begin to go back? Like, we were all in the country just quite recently. And I went back home in the villages and all the things, in Bomb, part of Nyenwolo. Should we do this as a kind of a public diplomacy to engage the folks and telling them, hey, we need not to bring people that got some serious moral character to represent us in both houses, if you will, in the legislature? That would begin to change the standing of some of the people, where the executive will not just arm twist them. Because the arm twist them a lot, and then use what we call in diplomacy the deep pocket theory to shape their opinion in allowing them to just do anything they will throw at them.
So that's the first thing is, most of the lawmakers, most of the people contesting the legislature, they are poor.
Yes.
They came from very zero background. They don't have nothing. So they look into that house to go and earn money for their own personal gain. The fact here is, our people too is an issue. Our people believe in instant gratification. They don't believe in issues. They don't vote on issues. They don't vote about what would benefit them. They don't care to know people. Once somebody go into their towns and villages and begin to stir up rice and a few dollars and things like that, they tend to sing song, dance behind them and stuff like that. I'll give you an example. I had a friend who left from the U.S., went to a village, stay in that village with those people. He helped them build their schools. He helped them build their hospitals and different places. When they got ready to vote, they voted for somebody who have not even lived in that town, or who have not even spent time for them. They said that, well, they wanted somebody who was, we vote. Sometimes they voted on tribal basis, that this person is from here, but they don't vote on what the issue or what this person can do for them, because a lot of our people are not inclined to that level to really say, you know what, We want somebody, the message he's coming with, you know, they can sit back and deduce on what this person is saying, what this, but they don't know about this thing. They don't vote on the record. They don't vote about those kind of things. They only vote about instant gratification. You know, couple of bag of rice. You go there 10 more times. You build it. Give them 1,000 bag of rice. You build this plate for them and put us some satellite. How they call that? Put the light on in the places. You know, these what's the name of those light that people just what's the name? I forgot the name of the light.
Solar lights.
These what is it? This one that operates through the sun. Solar power. Yeah, I don't know what I'm forgetting like that. But they follow these people, go one or two things, put it there, buy them food, and then they're all in the street dancing and stuff like that. So our people will have to be educated. They're not educated to that level. And they will always make the wrong decision because they are not inclined to that level to sit back and think. People who really help them, like I was saying about my friend who went into the village, spent months and years in that place, was helping them with the school, was helping them. In fact, I was prompted from an organization. He invited me to go there. We built two different hand pumps in different areas they were suffering from, help them build a little makeshift that was sitting in there. It was cool. We changed that whole area. He stayed there for more than 2 years. Election time, they voted for somebody who have not even gone to the village. And they awarded this person. So our people need to be educated. And secondly, most of our people sometimes vote on tribal lines. You know, whether they got a screw up candidate who's part of their tribe, they rather vote for him than somebody who's coming to make a change. So education, I think the Election Commission and others should be able to educate people, especially what to vote for, what not to vote for, or even the political parties need to launch voter education. Political parties, you know, go in different counties and educate the people what to vote for. Don't wait for election before you do that. Start doing it now, and I think that will work. That's all.
Exactly. These, you know, I don't know. Should we change the whole face of our voting, and should we, like people like you? Is it possible you start the conversation? You don't have to necessarily be on the ground. Start the conversation with the folks too, so now on this kind of a platform, talking to the people, so that we at least change it. Because we're being the sense of the new dispensation. That's the kind of people we just always elect. It's trouble for the country.
Yeah, I mean, true. How should I put it? I think probably it's a generation thing. Probably we got another 20 more years to weed out. Hopefully, we'll weed out these characters in the next 20 years. But I mean, that another 20 years of the country just being stuck in a state of inertia. The thing is, we need to do a complete remaking. When those people wrote that constitution in the early to mid 80s, they didn't envision that we're going to go through some of the things we went through, and this is what we left with, you know. So how do we have a real political institution? Because the first breakdown is that we do not have real political institutions in the country. All political parties are driven by individuals. So because we don't have political institution, when these guys get elected, they go there on their own. They're not beholden to the political party. Where in some countries, if you get elected under the political party banner, that seat is for the party, it's not you. And the party can come out amended. If you go against that mandate, they recall you. Probably we should start looking at some of those things for the future, so we can have real disciplinary democracy. Our democracy is all noise. It's all noise. It's all T-shirt. It's all pomp and pageantry with no substance in it. And these people that we had election 2023. This government took over 2024. 6 months after the government took over, we started about 2029. To a buddy of mine said, "Why we just live from one election cycle to the next election cycle, and we just changing the characters, but that's the same old show, the same old movie, just different. You just bring in different casts to play the same role. That's all. So we need to have an honest conversation on what we want to be as a country. It's like I told Tomalin one time, it's 20 years in this new political environment. It's 20 years.
see where we are as a country. Is it where we want to be? And when we having this conversation, I don't want us to put it around, to put it around any political party. Let's look at ourselves. Let's talk to the conscience of our fellow Liberians. 2005, people went to the polls, were voting for the future, were voting for a better Liberia. That's 20 years ago. And we talk about democracy. Yeah, we vote. So we just vote for voting's sake. Is this what we're getting from this voting? Is this what we really wanted? Are these the things we envision? 20 years and we having a program to put up street light. Some other country, 20 years, they're talking about industry. I mean, and then they want us to be satisfied with what we have. I mean, let's have that conversation. Let's have that conversation to see where we really want to go as a country. It's 20 years.
I got somebody on the phone. Let me just add him. Abraham Cannon want to make a contribution. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Let me say good.
He's all good.
Great topic. What really caught my attention right now, I think Sefadia mentioned something, but I think it's tend to be, people are not really considering it in Liberia. First thing, I see Sylvester hands up. How you want to say something?
No, go ahead.
No, he was walking away. Yes. He was walking away.
The Constitution of Liberia needs to be revisited. The Constitution Review Committee needs to visit that Constitution because there are a lot of things that are completely obsolete, if you may, that needs to be revisited. Secondly, the issues Sefa talk about, the reason why you don't have a discipline in our House of Legislators in Liberia is because these people are not answerable to even the very people that are voting in office. And until those things can be done, a man go to a political institution, they rally around him or her, and the person gets elected. Immediately they get over there, it's like they abandon that political institution completely. The person said they are independent and they're answerable to nobody anymore for the next 6 or 9 years. If a man is answerable to a political institution that they can recall him or her, I think it will instill some discipline in our house, and it will serve as a guardrail for people to stop misbehaving and being so accountable to people. But if you have John Brown over there that I say today I'm with party A, today the next day he say he's an independent, he's not answerable to anybody. He operates as will and pleasure and walk away with impunity. And that's the kind of mindset the guys get over there right now, and really don't care for anything. That's the reason why you see them jumping from party to party, and nothing is there to hold them back. But if that discipline is instilled over there, like what's happening in the United States, where you get a Democrat and Republican, trust me, people would tread with caution. But that's not the case over there. So I just wanted to add up to what Sefa was saying. I think it's about time to revisit the Constitution and insert some of these restrictions there. If you are from party A, regardless of its membership, you must be answerable to that party. Otherwise, that party can put in a recall on you, and indeed it can remove you from that place. Thanks for the time, Dad.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. What do you think? What do you think about Abraham coming?
I couldn't agree more. That Constitution needs to be burned. The Constitution, I don't know when last it was amended. When last there was a referendum to change like certain things, that absolutely needs to happen. But who's going to do it? The very people who are benefiting from the existing structure. How do we ensure the Constitution is changed? How do we do that? I think that's a very important question. It's not the fact that it needs to be changed. It absolutely needs to be changed. I could not agree more. I actually think it needs to be burned to the ground, and not just changed, but there needs to be mechanisms true mechanisms of accountability that goes beyond the legislative. And the people needs to understand that they have the power to hold their legislators accountable. So not just the party, but also the people as well.
That's true.
Well, I mean, we have, and the media has a part to play in it too.
Yeah.
You know, I understand our media industry operates completely differently from other media industry because we do not have a vibrant economy. So, I mean, sometimes the media is beholden to the people that they're interviewing because the guy who comes into the studio have to pay for that time slot to be interviewed. So if I pay to be interviewed, you know what I mean? I'm pretty much paying for a promo. But we do not ask the tough questions. The people the moment you start asking questions, the people in charge, they get all irritated and they come up with a smart answer. I mean, you had this before, because if you do not ask the tough questions, how do they get the best out of you? You see, this country was staying, Sylvester, you into communication. These people take communication very seriously because any little slippage of information, the media will hold you responsible.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just 1 minute, it's going the next day. You will answer it. And so that's why people get paid a lot of money for communication. Because when you stand behind a microphone and say something, the guys that are on the side have a notepad that's asking questions. He knows exactly what to throw at you, and you better be ready to answer it. And then the founder said, there's no accountability. You elect me for 6 years, you elect me for 9 years, there's no accountability. I mean, this country we're in, the US, the US has this problem, but one thing you guarantee, election every 2 years. Election every 2 years. Every 2 years, entire member of House of Representatives offer election, half of the Senate offer election. And then the following 2 years, we got a presidential election. Those same people are offered re-election. So elections every 2 years. But we do not have the infrastructure in place to have our elected officials accountable to the people that elect them. So there's no pressure point on them. There's no pressure point. They can ride you until 18 to 24 months before the election. Then they start pumping money into the district or the county. Then some of them get reelected. Some of them don't get reelected. Then the ones that get elected, they go back to the same old game. So, I mean, it is tough. It's tough. It's tough. But it is tough. But at the same time, we can't give up. We got to keep pushing it.
Yeah, it's always about like the matin, or I will do my own too. The other point they did their own, now I can't do my own. And nobody seems to just think beyond their noses and just think for the country and just have the country at heart and say, let's actually draft a policy that's like 10 years or that's like 15 years or like 20 years and actually implement it. It's always about, the man can't eat his own, the man time to eat my own. Like this person did their own, now it's time to do our own. And therefore they will destroy and dismantle any effort to put any type of structure in place. And it's really up to the people and the party to hold the people that they elect accountable. Because at the end of the day, if we don't do that, they know that there will be no ramifications and they can do whatever they want to do. So how do we change that? The power is with the people. The power is with the people. We must elect leaders with high moral standards. We must elect leaders who are principled. You like, it's not about likability. You don't have to like the person. If he's going to introduce solutions to solve your everyday problem, you should consider that and consider that very strongly. How do we get them to see that? How do we get them to see that? And even if we say like education, NEC is not going to do it because NEC is controlled by the existing executive. So how do we ensure the independent entities that should be operating as independent entities actually do that? Who holds them accountable?
Well, let me give you an example, Fanta. I think 2 weeks ago, they had a guy from the Speaker office. The guy from the Speaker office was on the show, right, Pewee? Yeah. So you mean the Speaker cannot sit behind his desk and do a press conference on his accomplishment for the first year as a Speaker, but he sent his press guy to come and talk to the media? I mean, these are some of the and then the entire media institution in the country don't have a problem with it. I mean, so people just, people want to wire you to accept certain things that are not normal in any normal society.
Exactly, sir. But again, from the perspective of the media, is the media is in Liberia. The media is heavily divided. The media, they're part of this the problem also in the country, because the media will have they will go for the higher bidder in many cases. If this person, the speaker we have inside the media team, the presidency we have, this political party, that political party. So the media, the independent media is not very vibrant in Liberia. The media stuff is been politicized. They got all party affiliation too. So the media is trouble. So they take some political side also in all these things. So the independent of the media is hard to question on a serious note. So there'll be a lot of things unfolding. So, and I agree with Conan that there's a need to look back at the constitution of the country. And how do we do that? We had some opportunity during the editing time. We did some few changes. We had time there was some great opportunity to even reduce the tenure of and we missed on that also, to change the presidency from 7 years to at least, from 6 years to 5. We feel on that and all of things. There should be some push, at least to reduce term and all of things. But to look at a comprehensive look at the Constitution, to rewrite the Constitution, I think I'm in line with that, because the Constitution itself got some problem. It's part of it is inimical towards the survival of the country, if you will. The part of it, if we didn't have those amount of Liberians leaving from Liberia, seeking other citizenship that give them some power of economic stability, that help them back in the country. You know what that would have meant for our country? If every Liberian would have been there, they said nobody can go. If every country constitution was like Liberia Constitution, do you know what would have happened?
Yep.
So we need to change that. But my formula said that in the TRC debate, a year at a time, that the Constitution is racist, and we have to change that aspect of it. Other countries are not opening their country up. They have Chinese investors doing massive real estate development in Ghana. Peabody, we were in Ghana where we stopped. That massive structure, we were waiting for the flight where we went, and we are told they got a brand new one that just constructed a year ago almost. That's the old one, and that one is still very vibrant and massive that way, and still very comfortable.
Yeah, but Pewee, you work at the foreign ministry, so you travel a lot through Ghana. You travel a lot through Ghana. So let's look at 20 years ago to today, and look at Ghana 20 years ago today. Every time you went to Ghana, how many cranes you saw in the air? How many cranes you saw in Liberia? How many cranes do you see in Liberia?
I will even have to help you to amend that. I will look at Ghana 4 years every time. Like the last 4 years, 2 years I went there, two. But you see massive crane in the look around the airport area now. Yeah, people were just in Accra like a month and a half ago. Massive crane, a lot of. And the skyline around the airport around Kotokada is getting enormous, and that's a lot of massive development. And that is so. The last time I was in Accra was 2011. Let me just take it the last time 2011. From 2011, I went back after 2-3 years. I saw changes. From that time to now, they have been massive. You want to see that much back home,
but you don't see no crane.
No crane. I just sky for the boat bill.
I remember seeing 2 cranes. They had a crane with the executive mansion for any 12 years. I know what they were doing there, and they had a crane, and then they had a crane to the new central bank building. That's all. So how you can see development when you see all those cranes, and you start after 6-7 months, you see things changing. But we're not. So what do we need to do? What do we need to do? And then we keep going to the same well. The IMF, World Bank, EU, $20 million, $12 million. The other time I saw the Minister of Finance with a guy from this Kuwaiti, I think Kuwaiti or Saudi fund to finish the Lofa Road. They were taking pictures smiling for $12 million. $12 million?
Yep. It was a stroke, big charade all over the place.
I said that's the Kuwaiti fund, $12 million.
We ought to do some things, and that's what I said the last time we're back in the country again, and we stay. And to the extent that we can one hustle here, we get our legal thing, and we legally hustle, get our nice vehicle and to carry back home. But you won't go back in your village, you can carry everything in there. See the guys in Nigeria, they would drive their Porsche, their Range back in their home area because road leading straight there. So the people do. The country is not as big. I've been wondering why we have not managed to put paved road in all of our counties. We have only done 10% of the. We've not done that.
Look, speaking of that, I saw something on Facebook with Deputy Minister Tamba. You were in Korea with some Korean group. I think they have done some studies. They're going to do the road from Broadview to Bopolu.
Yeah, Bopolu, yeah. To motor side all the way, yeah.
Yeah, I think it said what, but I think it said what 90 kilometers. So because we live in the US, so I converted that to miles. That was 55 miles. 55 miles from Broadview to Bopolu.
Wow.
55 miles.
Wow, less than 1 hour drive.
Yeah, so I did the thing. I said, no, they can't be right. So I went through a reading again. I said, this is 90 kilometers from Broadview to Bopolu.
Just about 1 hour.
Just an hour drive.
Yeah,
little over an hour.
Yeah, that's 55 miles. We need to open the country so we can spur economy. So by opening the country, you will decongest the city because if there's nothing outside the city, there will continue to be urban migration.
Yeah.
If you look at the latest website, the urban migration is just continuing to grow and grow. So now you got more than half of the population of Liberia that live in urban area than 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because there's nothing outside the city. I said 55 miles. 55 miles. So, some people drive that one way to work every day. Yeah. So I mean, so this government focusing on rules. Let's open the country. If you open the country, you think open the country, I'll be going to court for land business where somebody selling the land 2-3 times.
And there's a lot of money activity taking part in the forest, the Bapolu forest, the Beleyera area. A lot of money, illicit money activity. So if you have to open the road and license people appropriately, it's going to bring a lot of economic value into those areas.
Yeah.
It's going to change and transform the macroeconomics in those basins and the rest of that. So I can sometimes get very frustrated. This recently, I went to Lofa and I had to do that somehow. And to the extent I would reach out where I couldn't, I said, no, I will not push them on vehicles. But I spent a lot of money to get this vehicle. I will not go beyond this place. I can't be taking my vehicle or such. Because this man said that where we left the road in 2023, the road will have gone beyond that point. It's still there. They're negotiating that they follow the day when the Kuwaiti claim takes it, then they're celebrating that. I want to see the road move past Golu. And move
Also,
inside.
So the road still stopping Golu.
The road stay in Golu.
Wait,
hopefully we get it. We just got information. The Kuwaiti came to sign. They're gonna start now. They're gonna move the road now from Golu side. That is less than that should be around maybe 50 miles. And then from Salai, the next phase is gonna be from Salai down to Konian. And then Konian, that would be the last phase will be from Konian to the Manikaman border West Savalia. So that's it. If we were to do that, and then folk could try to, every weekend everybody can go.
That road, 1986. I spent a young LTI, so I've been up and down that road.
Okay, yeah,
that
road.
That road, man.
I can take, and I'm talking about relocating. I can take every.
You're talking about years. You're talking about.
I can take a drive. It's about
you're talking about
drive.
20 or more years.
I'm telling you, take a drive, go back to my village, spend the weekend, Monday morning, I'm back. I'm on my way back to town, and that's how I'm gonna do things. Trying to get a very nice area in the village there. That's two things. And we need to build our roads.
And the entire coastline of Liberia, I think it's about 350 miles. So you're looking at like from New York or from Jersey to Washington, D.C. That's the entire coastline of the country, from one end to the other end.
So why do you think we haven't been able to accomplish half the things that Liberia needs so desperately? What are your?
I think corruption, basically.
Corruption.
What does that mean? What does that mean exactly when you say corruption?
Corruption
and no accountability.
We've been selfish as political leaders of the country. Been very selfish to the people, if you will. They've been blatantly selfish to the people. Because listen, this is a country of now. Before now, it was 95 million. It was around 3% million or so at the time, right? So, and there have resources been coming up in the country. The country is endowed with resources. Leave other things. We are endowed with law. We are endowed with gold and diamonds and other things. We have the tropical forest of our country is enormous. At the time, the Norwegian government, they engaged with the Eden government. They even pledged, and the mom, I think, they were given that in billion pieces of 100 million that were committed to reserve part of our forest, just for this preservation thing of the global warming thing that was potentially thought to come and spread out. So we got everything of such. Then the soil is also good in terms of engaging into different agricultural activities. So why have we? And let's go back to even our internal revenue mobilization. Those money can build the road. Look at Brove to Dopoh, he says it's 90 kilometers.
90 kilometers.
55 miles. Probably the longest stretch of road will be from Ganta now moving towards the southeast, connecting from the other end. Then the Banga-Medikama road going to hit the Salvadorian border, and you can try to hit that via the Guinean side also, all those things. So it's just being selfish. And people just thought they want to take the war from to themselves. So if you are to take the kind of money that being siphoned for corruption, Fanta, you would know that we could do those things. At least connect the country. That's my thing. And that's why I'm frustrated sometimes when I see people, they say he did a good thing too. One of my old men just called me. They feel, he was getting very well. He said Totman did some good thing. But Totman served as president 27 years. Why he couldn't connect the country by road? That's my point.
If people Totman built the road to his farm in Torota.
Yes.
And stop there. The President told how to can take that people to carry to Ganta.
To Ganta.
So a person of 27 years, he built a road from Moria to his farm.
Yeah.
Then when he go into Harper, he take a yacht and sail and go to Harper. So there was nothing to incentivize him to pave the road.
So the people have been burdened with the Tubman mentality. The leaders since Tubman has adopted that mentality. Once again, I do for me. I have a farm, I have a whatever farm, but I cannot provide food for my people. When you ask all of these leaders who are in office today, they all have BB farms now. Oh, I get it farm. So cash crops farms. No farm that can actually produce rice or food that people eat every single day. It is selfishness, it is greed. And once again, let's not remove the truly satanic aspect of this, because only people who are truly devilish can do things like this. You talk about food self-sufficiency. Time and time again, we've heard it we've heard it represented in the manifesto of one administration after the other. And they all have farms, but none of them have food farms. They only have farms for their own selves. They produce crops that they can export. Cocoa, palm, this, that. Yes, the evidence couldn't be more blatant that they truly don't care about the people. They rather spend $300 million importing food than leveraging our land that is so rich, that is so rich to grow agriculture that the people can actually consume. So the Tubman mentality has truly plagued our society. That I'm just gonna build a road up to my farm. I'm just gonna raise my house the way I want it. Forget my neighbor who doesn't even know what their next meal is coming from. I'm just gonna act in my interest. So how do we change that? It has to be a mentality shift. We, the ones who are talking about it, has to go beyond talking. It only takes a few of us who actually have the interest of Liberia at heart and who are principled to say, no, I don't care if you elect me to a committee or if you don't elect me to a committee. I'm holding you accountable. I'm holding your feet to the fire. How do we do that?
Okay. Let me give you a bit answer.
So we'll be closing. We'll be closing in 6 minutes because we're closing the dial by 8. So we'll use that time. So you use that time for the close up. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I will use this. That'll be my closing. So that's why I said earlier we have to speak to the people on this 20 years thing. We have to speak to the conscience of the people, and then we have to ask these questions. We have to ask these questions, and we have to be intentional about certain things. Our current structure will not allow us to succeed. Our current structure will continue to make us to beg and beg and beg
until we change our revenue law, our public financial management law, that the money we get from these, even though they are bad concession, but we're getting paid, the money we get from these royalty, from these concession, should not go into the general funds. The reason why you hear lawmakers screaming, "Oh, I want county development, social corporate responsibility," is that the money these concessions they paid to the government, they go into the general funds and they spend half of the money or more than it on recurring expenditure. If you ring fence those income from these concession agreements, that they only go to healthcare, infrastructure, education, the people will start to see things that's coming. They will start to see proceeds from this concession. But this thing goes to buying car and paying salary and paying for travel. And we have to look at the Constitution. Does our Constitution meet the current day reality in the country? That these are some of the debate we need to start having right now. And we should divorce all of these discussion of political parties, because it's us that vote for these people. It's us that vote for these people. So because once you bring the political party into it, then people will go into the different corners and start being protective, and then the discussion will just fade away. There's a discussion we need to beat on every time we have the opportunity. We need to have the discussion. So let the actors give us a reason why we can move this way, why they think we should stay this way. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, Fanta, please, your closing. I'll prepare. Tomorrow, on the programming note, tomorrow we have, you actually can join us tomorrow if you have the time. Tomorrow, the police team are going to be here tomorrow to discuss this whole thing. So we're going to have them. But for tonight, while we close, just go on to with your closing, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. Please, do add into the chat room so I can jump on and chat with you guys. We need to be a serious people, because the problems that we have are human problems. They're not unfixable. It just takes intentionality. It just takes a sense of courage and not cowardice, because our leaders, frankly, are cowards. It's the only reason why they are behaving the way in which they are behaving, like chicken with no heads. When you cannot protect the most vulnerable people of your society, and you protect perpetrators, you elect them to positions of power, the end result of that is absolutely disastrous for the population. The sense of welfare and well-being is thrown out the window, and their sense of accountability, of course, because they know that you are busying about where to find your next meal. It's also going to be thrown out the window because they count on our silence. And I think more of us have to use our voice to absolutely continue to have these discussions. And I think there is a possibility that through that medium alone, the needle will be moved forward. Another aspect is to consider running for office. Why is it that we can only talk about these things and we only condemn the people in office, but we need to take it? It's not enough to just talk about it and condemn them. We need to take it further. And we need to really pass harsher penalties and ramifications for people who violate the most vulnerable people of our society. Rapists, especially repeated rapists who violate children, should be publicly castrated. And it is enacted in many Western countries today. So I don't want to hear anyone who says, anything about human rights or international law. The other part of this is that we're such a small country in terms of land space, but we are so blessed with an abundance of natural resources. I mean, in the last 10 years alone, we've signed nearly $3 billion in concessions. $1 billion. Last 10 years alone, to pave 1 mile of road with asphalt. My father is an engineer, so coming from an civil engineer household, working for the ministry for 40 plus years, I had to unwillingly be part of these discussions. It's about $1 million. So calculate there's about 6,600, right? Pavable, not pavable, but passageways in Liberia. Only 408 miles have been paved since the beginning of Liberia. Only 408 miles of paved road. We're not counting the ones with the pothole. Let's just say the one that has a little bit of asphalt on it have been paved. When we, in the last 10 years, have gotten $3+ billion in concession deals, let's just calculate what it's going to take to pave the rest 6,000 or the rest, 6,000 miles of road. Let's just do the math. It's simple. It's not impossible. So these problems that we have, we continue to pretend that it's to be solved in the next century. No, it's not to be solved in the next century. It's to be solved in this century. And the way we do that is burn the Constitution. The Constitution is racist. It does not serve us. The Constitution was borrowed. It is not organic to Liberia. Liberia must adopt a constitution, must build a constitution from scratch that serves the Republic of Liberia and the people of Liberia. Until then, we're going to be having these same discussions. I don't choose to do that. So my conversation goes beyond just conversations, which is why I'm absolutely going to run for office. I don't know in what capacity yet, but I'm absolutely doing that because I'm sick and tired of just being sick and tired.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day, we must do something. Let's get these old, tired people out of office and let them go retire on their greedy farms and let their young people take lead of the future.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm looking forward to serving as a communication consultant to your campaign in the future. Peabody, please close up so we can.
Well, guys, great show. I hope you come back, but great show tonight. As I said, change will start from Liberia themselves. The people that we have in those counties, in the villages, if they want change, it will start from them. Look at their condition and see how they are living today. Are you happy with your situation? Do you feel that you got all you have? The children have the education they need. They have the schools. They have the health sector that they can take. They have their immunization and everything that they need today. Look around you. It would take education, political parties, rights group to go out there and educate these people. Non-partisan groups will go out there and educate people how to vote, what to vote for, what to look for when they are voting, or what to look for in a candidate that comes out and say he wants to be their leader. It's time that our people put aside this rice stuff and let people fool them with few bags of rice and T-shirts and other dumb things, It's time that they sit back and think, how long will this rice last me? How long will these clothes last? Let's put on a real issue so that I will have the opportunity to buy my own rice. I'll have the opportunity to buy my own clothes, have the opportunity to feed my own children, have the opportunity to pay for my children's tuition and send them to the school I want to send them to. Until we make up our mind, until we sit down and begin to think, I don't think Liberia will go anywhere. You have the same old people, and you'll be walking the streets with them, sinking, and while they drive the expensive cars, and you every day come into their offices and talking, honorable, and that's what's going to happen. But guys, good show, Sylvester. Good to see everybody, man. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you, everybody, and we hope to see all of you. Thank you, Safa. Thank you, Fanta, and thank you, Josh, and thank you, Dr. Peabody. Hope to see everybody tomorrow. And thank you. Tomorrow going to be a very, very much very interactive show tomorrow. We will be meeting with the police bosses and all of things. So they're going to come and tell us issue about this report and all of things that we're going to come down. Thank you and good night to everybody.
Thank you. Good night.
Did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir. And repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
no secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political men in it or not?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the Boyka's administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, big road, all kind of the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.